Hi, everyone. I will call the regular meeting of the Eugene School Board to order on Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. It's 6:32 p.m. We have all board members present virtually. We have Alicia Hayes, Gordon Lafer, Kirthi Hershija Kaufman, Michelle Shu, Maya Rabasa, Laurel O'Rourke, and myself, Judy Newman. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will now read the land acknowledgement. The Eugene School Board would like to acknowledge that our institution sits on the homelands of the Kalapuya people. In the treaties of 1851 and 1854 through 1855, the subsequent forced removals of many Indian people from Western Oregon, some of the Kalapuya were moved to the Grand Ronde Reservation and some were moved to the Siletz Reservation. It's important to note that all of Lane County was an important trading and gathering area for Camas and other resources. During the Restoration era from 1977 to 1989, Lane County was designated as the service area of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayus Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Indians, and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Coquille Indian Tribe, and the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Indians. Eugene School District acknowledges that the descendants of original and service area inhabitants of this land are still here today. They are thriving members of our schools and our communities. Countless members of other tribes also call our community and schools their home. We wish to thank those original stewards of this land. We, as fellow stewards of this land, wish to remember that we need to take good care of this land and take good care of all the members of our school district community. Thank you. The first thing on our agenda is to do a review of the agenda. Does anyone have any items they want to postpone or add? Maya.
I think Gordon can go ahead of me because I know he has one that I'll let him do the contract one, Gordon.
I actually have two. One is to add a vote on the superintendent contract. And the other is that I would like to take the discussion of authorizing instructional minutes, the use of instructional minute credits next year from an item for future action to an item for action.
Well, can we take those one at a time?
Of course, yes, I'm sorry.
The first one is moving the approval of the superintendent contract for next year for an item for action, correct? Tonight, yes. Do we have anyone opposed to that? Seeing none, we will add it as an item for action. Okay, so your second one, Gordon, is to move the instructional minutes item for future action to an item for action tonight.
That's right, and that's the one about next year's minutes as opposed to this past year's minutes.
So that's, I think there might be some comments on that. Does anyone, let's look at that as a motion. Does anyone want to speak about not moving that? Laurel, is your hand up for that, or Maya? No. So is there agreement to move that for an item for action tonight? Okay, I don't see any opposed to that. Okay, now Maya.
Mine is kind of related to that second one. I would like to pull the instructional minute allowances from the consent agenda so that we can ask a couple questions about that and make it an item for action And it seems like it could go right alongside Gordon's as they're directly related.
Is there any opposition to doing that? Okay, so we'll pull that one item from the consent agenda item. Laurel.
I would like to add, we were told when the last time Camas plans were brought before us, they would be brought to us for final, a final decision, and that didn't happen. So I would like that to come back before us, and I would like, if we have to vote on that, I think that needs to be happen tonight, because right now the plans are not equitable to what is happening in the rest of the district. And yes, and I think it is a big question what I'm asking, because it involves what's happening in the north, what's happening at Camas, and what has already happened at Edison. But I think it's very important we do not make something that looks gorgeous in an expensive neighborhood and then kind of just do something else that is not at all of the same standard in just a few miles away.
So Laura, would it be acceptable if we added it for sure as an item for future a future meeting, our next meeting, which would be August 4th?
Oh, they're going to start building by then. We need to make it, we need to let them know that that they do not have finalized plans, because it was never done correctly, that the board was not there. It wasn't done honestly. The board was told one thing and then something different happened.
Well, I don't know that a month. Well, I mean, I think they already put out for bid. We don't have anyone to address that tonight because both of the people that could address it are not in attendance or at other events. So I don't know, unless you are suggesting leadership considers having a separate meeting, a special meeting before our next board meeting.
I don't think we can wait two months to do this. And it could have been brought to us months ago, but there was a choice made not to do that. I think it was purposely made. And I think the reality, we need to say what we expect from these plans, and there are not enough. From my 1/7 of this party, it is not an equitable plan. And we need to understand how we can do that, and to start that discussion tonight, I think would be fine. We will, and it doesn't mean that we are making a decision on everything, but it's saying there's possibility we can talk about what our expectations are and what we would like to happen in the coming months. I think that's really important.
So you're, Gordon, do you have something to add? It sounds like you have something to add to that.
I do. I was indicating that I was seconding that. I think it'd be worth having the conversation. And I know for me, some of the things that I'd like to have are requests for information. And so I'd like, if the board agrees that we want certain kinds of information, it would be good to have that request made tonight, so that whoever it is that's going to collect that could start working on that right away.
So why don't I add it for an item for information so we could collect those questions? How does that sound reasonable? And then we can get the questions to the people, and then leadership can schedule something on a right timeline.
Exactly. Sounds good.
Okay. Anything else? Any other changes to the agenda?
Where's our superintendent?
She's traveling and will tune in. She's traveling, and I think her plane was late. So I think she will join us as soon as she is able to get to internet. Her plane, I think, was changed time-wise, so.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay. So then with the changes in the agenda, we are moving the instructional minutes allowances to an item for action, the ones for next year to an item for action from an item for future action. We are adding, pulling from the consent agenda, the instructional minutes for this year as an item, just putting it under an item for action. And we have added the superintendent's contract approval as an item for action. And we are going for an item for information to collect our questions about the Camas Ridge building plans and setting a date that we can have a meeting to get the information we need. Okay, given that, we're moving ahead with the agenda. Anyone need any clarification? Okay, thank you. So I believe I'm gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, that when the plane schedule got changed, that Superintendent Vanderkar recorded her comments. And are we going to have those played now? I don't know if Carrie Delph knows that.
That is correct. That is correct, Madam Chair.
So who gets to cue that up right now?
We have it ready to go.
Great. Let's hear Superintendent Vanderkar's comments then.
Good evening, Board Chair Newman and board members. As we meet for the last scheduled board meeting of the year, I'd like to take a moment to celebrate the successes we've worked to create for students and staff. In the fall of 2019, before COVID sanctions made this impossible, we filled the auditorium with administrators and community partners to hear from John Van Driel to learn how to prevent school violence. We started the work with Hoots, DHS, Kids First, 4J's Behavioral Threat Assessment staff, Lane County Juvenile Justice, Lane County Mental Health, and local law enforcement. The goal was to support students and families with mental health needs before behavior escalated. Now that we're back in schools, the plan is to build on what we learned pre-pandemic from John, working in partnership with our community to make our schools and communities safer by supporting mental health needs quickly. We all know that a lot of our students struggled greatly this year, and they still need help. Even the expanded mental health supports added across the district hasn't been enough. What we all know is that every student is in need of at least one person in their life who pays attention, checks in on them, and makes sure they know that they matter to someone. Our staff stepped up this year to be that person for the students who needed someone. When I visited schools at the end of the year, it was evident that the work of each building has created a more regulated community and respectful learning environment. Of course, there was more work to do, but we must look back and acknowledge the distance we've come since this fall when we moved back to brick and mortar. I believe our kids were changed by the pandemic. The lessons they learned as the world pressed on through the pandemic were difficult, and they seemed wiser than their years. I attended 6 graduation ceremonies. The beauty was that each one was different from the other in the details, but they all honored their graduates. Students demonstrated their talents and shared their thoughts for the future. It was truly an honor to be part of their collective moments. In addition to celebrating our successes, I think we must also look at some challenges we face. Tonight, you will approve adopting the budget for the coming year. I understand completely board members' desire to support our teachers and classified staff at the highest level possible. Our country does not invest sufficiently in our public education systems. If we are able at the state and local levels to improve on that investment, we should. Your budget addresses many good and important purposes, including compensating staff, relieving employee workload, and supporting students' mental health, socio-emotional, and academic learning needs. These investments create ongoing commitments in the face of declining enrollment, the end of one-time pandemic relief funds, and growing costs. If funding support does take a turn for the worse, future cuts will need to be thoughtfully planned and discussed with stakeholders. The board built a base this year by extending the budget meetings to have more community dialogue and hear from constituents. I know that school boards understand making cuts is difficult. One current member help lead the board through some of our toughest cuts our district has ever had to make. Community, staff, and students need an opportunity to be heard in an effort to make the wisest choices. If I've learned one thing over the years, it's that all programs are important to someone. Thank you for the opportunity to lead Eugene School District 4J through the pandemic. I love this district and am so proud of the successes of our schools and programs, because all of our successes lead to the successes of our students. We do not do any of this work alone. Our school board has supported the investments and bears the ultimate responsibility for our progress. Thank you to each of you for serving our district this year as we face difficult issues together.
Okay, thank you. And now I am going to give the board chair comments. It's the last time I'll get to do this. So good evening and welcome to everyone with us tonight. I can't believe that the 2021-22 school year is over and it's the last regular board meeting of this year. So I want to spend some time tonight to acknowledge and thank two people for their noteworthy service to the 4J School District. First, I want to give a heartfelt thanks to Interim Superintendent Vanderkar for the 2 years of dedicated service and leadership she's given our district. She stepped in as interim superintendent in July of 2020, and her first year was focused on the myriad of challenges and adjustments that came with the pandemic. Adapting to online learning, providing technology and access to all students and staff, and providing care and connection and instruction to students remotely. Preparing and delivering food to 4J families, ensuring basic needs were met for our students and families, and providing some childcare options. Then on to preparing buildings and reopening, first in hybrid and then full day, full time. Along with this came the constant attention to the implementation of the health and safety rules as they grew and changed some more. Partnering with Lane County Public Health and providing immunization clinics in our buildings for ease and access. Constantly flexing, adapting, and pivoting. This took fortitude and leadership to harness and focus our very amazing Eugene 4J School District effort, team effort. And it took the whole team for sure, but I really appreciate her leadership on that. During Interim Superintendent Vanderkar's second year, her focus has been on navigating re-entry and initiating some important work. She highlights in her reflections the expansion of the equity team, both in numbers of people and in the scope of work they undertook. She elevated the importance of the equity work in the district structure and priorities. She encouraged staff and gave them the freedom to actually do the work that they know needs to be done. There are now staff supporting and promoting equity work and affinity groups in each region. We have much more work to do, but it's a good start. The other work she highlights is the expansion of wraparound services to make sure there's a connection in every school to better meet the needs of students and keep them in school. And also the creation of the suicide prevention team and coordinator position to work on this immediate and growing issue. So these are things that have begun, and I know we have a long journey ahead to expand them and make them meet everyone's needs. But I want to express my appreciation to the interim superintendent for her leadership these past years and in these very challenging times. Thank you. The second person I want to acknowledge and thank is former board member Mary Walston, who resigned at the beginning of spring break 2022 due to health reasons. I regret that we had not taken a moment to acknowledge her many years of service to 4J until tonight. But I want to publicly thank Mary for her many contributions to the 4J district. Mary served on the 4J Budget Committee for 8 years and then joined the board in 2009, where she served as a board member for 13 years. Mary's been the board representative to the Lane Council of Governments, LCOG, for 12 years and was in leadership in LCOG for most of those years, including serving as chair. In addition, Mary's volunteered 3 days a week in classrooms for many, many years. Most recently, as volunteers can re-enter schools, she's volunteering in the school cafeteria, serving lunches, and in the school library. This year, she was nominated for an ACE award for her work. When I asked 4J staff and fellow board members what stands out to them about Mary, they consistently talked about her passion for public process, public meeting protocol, and following board policies. You can always rely on her for the correct use of Robert's rules, and she painstakingly participated in the review of all the 4J policies to ensure they were up to date and compliant with state and federal law. In addition, she's been a leader and tireless volunteer in the efforts to pass every school bond and every school levy. Thank you, Mary Walston, for the many years of service and dedication to the work of 4J District. You've made a positive difference. I want to close tonight with an expression of gratitude for the 4J community, which includes every one of you listening and participating tonight, for staff, parents, students, and fellow board members. Thank you for the caring and compassion you have for ensuring that every student is cared for and receives a quality public education. It's my last meeting as board chair. My one-year term is up June 30th. It's been an honor to serve as board chair, and I'll continue to work hard as a board member. Thank you. So now we have a public hearing on the supplemental budget. So we have to do a public hearing, and in our packets, we'll be voting on the supplemental budget if it's over a certain amount. So in accordance with Oregon's local budget law, when a supplemental budget changes of funds expenditures by more than 10%, the governing body must hold a public hearing with public comment taken before the adoption of the supplemental budget. Notice of this budget hearing and the supplemental budget totals was published in the Register Guard on Sunday, June 5th, 2022. The hearing is on the 2021-22 supplemental budget, and any person may comment on the supplemental budget. The school board receives written comments by email at board@4j.lane.edu and has set aside time to hear public comment on the budget. Community members can sign up to speak at the board by submitting their request online at 4j.lane.edu/board/public comment. The deadline to submit those requests was Monday on June 21st. And the public may offer objective comments or criticism about district operations and programs. However, the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. The district has a board policy for filing a complaint against an individual. Please contact the superintendent's office at 541-790-7707 for more information. I don't believe I've gotten word that anyone has signed up to actually testify at the public meeting for the supplemental budget. So I guess we just close it, and we had given people an opportunity. So, and we'll move on to items raised by the audience tonight, hearing from our public. So the school board receives written comments by email at board@4j.lane.edu and sets aside time in each regular board meeting to hear public comment. Community members can sign up to speak to the board by submitting their request online at 4j.lane.edu/board/public comment or contact the superintendent's office by Monday before each meeting. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes and can't give their time to another speaker. A timekeeper will show a sign when the speaker has 30 seconds left and when their time is up. Speakers may offer objective comments or criticism about district operations and programs. For complaints about individuals, the district has a board policy and complaint process. Please contact the superintendent's office at 541-790-7706 for more information about submitting a formal complaint. Tonight, we've extended the public input comment time. And because at the May 18th meeting, the board decided to postpone the discussion on the proposed policy to tonight on the concealed weapons ban, so KGBB. The board scheduled for 20 speakers tonight, and And if there wasn't a speaker that had signed up that was able to speak, we had a wait list. So I think we've managed to, thank you to Lisa, who at the last minute has filled, I believe, all of our slots because we had some last minute cancellations. So I think we'll begin that hearing from public comment. And I think, I'm not sure who's going to introduce them.
That would be me, Madam Chair. And we have our first speaker is Martha Moultrie. She'll be coming in shortly, followed by Marion Malcolm. And I'll start the timer.
Thank you.
Am I on?
Yes, please begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to the chair and members of the Eugene School District Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening on a topic dear to my heart, the safety of our children and school staffs. My name is Martha Moultrie. I am a retired elementary school teacher and principal with 38 years experience as an educator on 3 continents, 25 of those in the Eugene School District as a classroom teacher and principal. I'm testifying in favor of prohibiting firearms on 4J campuses, even for those with concealed carry permits. Every day, parents send their most precious treasures, their children, to school to get an education. They entrust us to protect those children while they are in our care, and we take that job very seriously. Part of this involves ensuring that the school campus is safe. Currently, allowing members of the public to bring weapons onto our campuses prevents us from adequately doing that part of our job and puts the lives of those children entrusted to us, as well as our staffs, in danger. We have safety drills on a regular basis, but we need more. Guns have no place on a school campus, period. School staffs experience angry and emotionally distraught and unstable parents, guardians, and members of the community every single day. Teachers and administrators do a remarkable job of calming these people. We should not have to worry about a gun being part of that mix. As a teacher, I ask the impossible of myself. As a principal, I ask the impossible of my staff. Our jobs are difficult, but school staffs make the impossible possible every single day. Asking more, asking teachers and staffs to be concerned that an angry or distraught parent or one under the influence might also be carrying a weapon is asking too much. Staff should not be asked to trust that a well-meaning but unskilled adult with a weapon on campus will not be responsible for the accidental or intentional death of a staff member, another parent, or, God forbid, a child. No law is perfect, and laws cannot prevent a person from coming onto campus with a concealed weapon. But the simple posting that guns are forbidden and the knowledge that someone breaking that law can be prosecuted will deter most and make our campuses safer. You are limited in what you can do to prevent the senseless number of deaths attributed to gun violence in the United States. But here, in this small enclave of Eugene, you have the power to do what little you can to protect our students, parents, and staff. I urge you to pass KGBB Firearms Prohibited and make our campuses safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
We have Marion Malcolm. She'll be coming on shortly, followed by Deborah McGee.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity. I am not going to need all 3 minutes because I want to start by agreeing with Martha Moultrie that guns have absolutely no place on a 4J campus. And I hope and believe that that's the position this board will take tonight. So I'm simply speaking because I know that decision will arouse the ire of a pro-gun contingent. And it's been my experience that that pro-gun contingent isn't entirely the same as, but overlaps with people that have been anti-mask, anti-vax, and anti-teaching about the true racial history of the United States. So I know that you'll take some lumps for taking this position. And I simply want you to know that I, among others, offer you my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion.
Okay, we don't have Deborah McGee, but we do have Andrew Ross. Andrew will come in, followed by Ibra Tahir.
Can you hear me all right? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My name is Andrew Ross. I'm a retired attorney in Eugene, and I want to address the proposal to restrict the presence of firearms on 4J school property. I agree with both other speakers, although I was not present at last month's meeting to address it at the time. I was not as concerned about the issue as I am today, and what happened at last month's meeting is what changed my mind. That group of people, most or all of whom apparently have access to guns, who disrupted a school board meeting and forced it to end early due to safety concerns. Congratulations, you convinced me. That group's actions convinced me far more than words that we do need that policy. Our schools will be safer if people like that do not have firearms on school property, permits or not. And I believe our schools will be safer if Harry Sanger, in particular, is not allowed to have firearms anywhere near where children are. Members of the board, violence and violent racism are on the rise in America once again. The disgraced former president gave them permission to crawl out from under their rocks and spread their dangerous anti-American, anti-equality agenda wherever they can. We have seen disruptions of school board meetings in various other places across the United States, and I am appalled and ashamed that that has happened here. I would have thought that Eugene, at least, we would collectively prove better than that we would not see one of our own board members repeatedly threatened because of the color of her skin, and our meetings forced to go online only like this for reasons of personal safety. But here we are. Those people do not speak for the majority of us, and it falls to the majority to not let them have the floor unopposed, to speak for our own beliefs, and to resolve to do better than that. People who look like me were raised in a racist nation founded by slaveholders, in a state that was founded as a whites-only state, in a county named after a notorious racist, and we like to think that we've come a long way and no longer need to be mindful of systemic and casual racism, but it's nearly impossible to grow up here without having biases and prejudices drummed into you day after day, and it falls to us to be constantly searching ourselves for hidden biases and prejudices. It doesn't have to be shameful as long as you're trying to do better. And when someone calls you out and says that you did a racist thing, that means that they trust you enough to talk about it. They trust you to be able to take criticism and not to go all Harry Sanger on them, and to be capable of thinking it over and apologizing and renewing your commitment to make our community safe for all of us, not just for people who look like me. Thank you for your consideration.
We have our next speaker in.
Ibra.
Hello, good evening. Am I audible? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Judy, for this time and your service. I'm not going to talk for 3 minutes, but I would like to point to a few things. I'm a father. I have 2 kids and 4J. And I am one of those parents that were on the May 18th meeting, school board meeting. Yes, I was one of those people who raised their voices to call for a point of order. And this is all what we did. And the fact that some board members and some members in the media are taking this out of context, are painting us as a threat and dangerous. It is insulting. It is shameful that this behavior is continuing. And actually, the board members who started this kind of narrative should be ashamed of themselves and apologize. You are insulting us. What I want to stress on that some people would use some cards as racism and some political slogans to weaponize as a weapon to achieve their agendas. And we can see that from school board members. I am a parent and I don't like racism. You can believe me by looking at my face. I have 2 kids and I will stand against anyone who is speaking racially with my kids. You know that. So why is that narrative? Why do you want to criminalize parents who disagree with you? This should stop. And frankly, those members should really apologize. Now, when we talk about gun control, I'm a concealed carry holder. And when we talk about control guns, we're talking about human rights that are protected by the Constitution. When you want to take about them to remove these rights, you have to have a reason. If the reason is to provide safety, then you have to provide evidence. Is that going to contribute to the safety of my kids? Or actually, it's going to tell those criminals that these schools have no one with a gun? Then feel free to go there. Nobody will hurt you. You can kill whoever you want and nobody will touch you because it's a gun-free zone. And the logic, I don't understand. I'm a philosopher. I taught logic. Usually I ask for the justification. If you want to convince me that a criminal will stop from killing people because it's a gun-free zone, then what kind of logic is guiding you? Thank you so much for the time, and hopefully I did not disturb anything.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob True, followed by Jessica Zink.
Hello, everybody. 4J school board members. My name is Jacob True. I'm here to speak about public safety. I'm a 4J parent. I've got a kiddo in Spring Creek Elementary School. I'm on the PTO there, and I just wanted to speak in support of the proposed firearm prohibition on school facilities. Having guns in school doesn't make a lick of sense to me. I know for a fact that when folks have guns, there's a good chance that they go off. Even the most careful gun owners, goodness gracious, we wouldn't want to be having teachers or kids hit by an accidental discharge. And with the heated emotions that have been shown to be around public schooling nowadays, here recently, and back in other places around the country, with the heightened tensions politically, wouldn't want anybody with who's armed to be at school and tensions raised. And no, we don't need that. Guns don't belong in schools. So I very much support the prohibition. KGBB I urge you to pass it, and I support it. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Jessica Zink is our next person, but I'm not seeing her. Oh, there she is. There she is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. My name is Jessica Zink. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Eugene 4J school district, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm here to urge the board to enact the policy KGBB prohibiting guns on school property, including concealed handgun license holders, and also to provide families in the district with educational information that they can take home about secure storage of firearms. Concealed handgun license holders bringing guns to school will not prevent school shootings. In fact, allowing guns in schools creates a greater risk to students and staff. Concealed handgun holders bringing guns to school will not be able to stop a shooter carrying an AR-15 with high capacity magazines. And knowing that there are people with concealed handguns in our schools is not a deterrent to mass shooters. Mass shooters are suicidal and they want to be shot and killed. In the terrible massacre in Uvalde, Texas, even armed and trained law enforcement didn't stop the shooter from entering the school and killing children and teachers. Ensuring that families are aware of laws requiring firearms to be stored securely may prevent a student who shouldn't have access to a gun from shooting someone else or even themselves. When I drop my kids off at school, I often think about the risks of gun violence, and I sometimes wonder if it'll be the last time that I see them. I'm asking the board to keep my kids and all the kids in our school district and staff safe from gun violence. You can help do that by adopting a policy that prohibits guns from school property and by providing families with information about state laws requiring safe storage of firearms. Thanks for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Larry Lewin, followed by Susan Langley, who hasn't joined us yet. So the next one would be Bob Bussell.
Thank you, school board members and Superintendent Sidney. I'm Larry Lewin, retired 4J teacher, now a member of CAPE, Community Alliance for Public Education. Count me with the vast majority of 4J community who want all weapons banned from school district property. I agree with the previous speakers. Less guns near our kids, the better. Safety is a prime need that parents have for their kids. More guns do not increase safety. By passing this new policy, we can help show other districts how to return to being civilized. Additionally, 4J can show the rest of the country how to return to being civilized by banning all guns on school property. Now, the other piece to this national gun violence crisis is mental health. I know that's not a topic tonight. I'll address it very briefly. I know lots of district staff, along with parents and students, are trying their best to support students in need and community members in need, but we need to continue to do better with mental health. I know the COVID pandemic has wreaked havoc for many families, but I also know that mental health dangers surfaced in our district and across the country way before COVID. How we teach, what we teach, and why we teach our next generation matters greatly in helping them learn and be healthy. School must become a place of joy, of belonging, of community. Board members, I urge you to turn away from the decades-old accountability model that we've had even here in 4J. Accountability, over-testing, sorting, tracking, top-down, standardized uniformity. Turn our district toward exploration, critical and creative thinking, student engagement, love of learning. Trust our teachers, our instructional aides, our principals to implement district standards and goals as they professionally determine what works best in their neighborhood schools. Board members, make 4J a safe, healthy, inclusive, innovative leader in public education. You have lots of people in our community who support you, and thank you for doing this.
Next, we have Bob.
Oh,
I
hi.
can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening, members of the 4J School Board. My name is Bob Bussell. I live in North Eugene. I have two daughters who graduated from 4J schools. I've worked in the field of education, specifically higher education, for nearly 30 years. And I'm a new grandparent who thinks a lot about the kind of future that my granddaughter will have. I join others to speak in support of the proposal to prohibit persons with concealed handgun licenses from bringing firearms onto school district property. In thinking about education policy, I'm guided by the views of those closest to the situation. And what am I hearing? I am not hearing that our teachers want more guns in schools. I'm not hearing that our classified staff want them. I'm not hearing that our counselors or nurses want them. And equally, if not more important, I am not hearing that our students want them. To be sure, our schools have experienced profound levels of stress and anxiety over the past 2 years with the pandemic and the continuing occurrence of school shootings. But I do not believe that having parents or visitors with concealed weapons attending parent-teacher conferences, athletic events, or other school functions would make our students or educators safer. In fact, I believe that this kind of weaponry on school grounds would only add to the level of anxiety and stress and create less rather than more security. Recently, the Portland Public School District adopted a concealed carry prohibition, and they made two very important points that I want to share this evening. One is, and I tend to be an evidence-based kind of person, and the Portland School District in their research found out that available research suggests that the presence of guns in schools do not make teachers, students, or staff safer. Second, the Portland School District, in adopting this policy, advocated a holistic approach that focuses on behavioral and mental health supports for students, continues to make specific physical safety and security upgrades to schools, and works to be prepared for potential crises. And I believe this is in the spirit of what 4J is doing, and I believe that this is the direction we should pursue in order to make our schools safer and more secure. So I strongly urge the board to join the growing list of Oregon school districts deciding to prohibit concealed handguns on school property. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roscoe Karen, followed by Emily Heilborn. I'm sorry, Emily, I probably said your name incorrectly.
Good evening, board members. My name is Roscoe Karen. I'm a retired 4J teacher and a member of CAPE. I would like to speak about mental health and about obsession. Obsession may be defined as an idea or action that continually preoccupies a person's mind, often involving a lack of rationality, self-control, or reflection. I would say that the over 330 million guns now in the hands of Americans qualifies as obsessive behavior. The fixation on guns is not mentally healthy, most especially when combined with male rage or with depressive suicidal thoughts. However, I want to look a bit closer to home. It is certainly acknowledged that there is a mental health crisis among a meaningful percentage of students. Some say that if we hire more counselors, it will solve things. I want us to look at whether our system of schooling itself might be contributing to making students and teachers less emotionally healthy. I want us to look at whether the obsession with testing, sorting, and tracking of students is healthy. I want us to look at whether the obsession with scores that someone somewhere invented is healthy, and whether narrowly defining intelligence based on those reading, writing, and arithmetic scores is healthy. I want us to look at whether obsessing on the all-knowing test developers to define what education and learning should be is healthy, or whether using test scores to identify ever-increasing numbers of students as in need of special education is healthy. I want us to look at whether being willing to sacrifice spontaneity and the joy of learning, especially in early childhood education, in order to prepare for the next test is healthy, or whether the marginalization of teachers as instructional leaders in their own classrooms is healthy. I want us to look at whether the obsession with digital technology quickly becoming the dominant means of learning and assessment at the expense of human interactions is healthy. I want us to look at whether not directly addressing our own obsession and our children's obsession with social media is healthy. Board members, union leaders, teachers, community members, parents, and administrators, if you believe it is possible that the very system that we are a part of is contributing to the ill health of our students, then we must examine whether our compliance with the current system is healthy for any of us. Thank you.
Emily, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Emily Heilborn. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. I live in the Friendly Area neighborhood and have been a smart reading volunteer for many years at Adams Elementary School, which is a few blocks from my home. I am strongly in support of proposed policy KGBB, prohibiting guns on school property, including by individuals with concealed handgun licenses. At the beginning of each school year, smart reading volunteers are trained on what to do if there is an active shooter in the building. Every time there's a school shooting in our country, I imagine it happening at Adams with children I know there. Research shows that allowing guns on school grounds is likely to lead to more shootings, homicides, and suicides, and that they're unlikely to prevent mass shootings, which is why I urge you to adopt policy KGBB. Thank you.
Okay, we have 7 more speakers out of the 24 that signed up. We had 4 decline and we filled it with the waitlisted folks. One of the waitlisted folks declined to speak tonight. So we have 7 left. Our next speaker is Ronald Clegg, followed by Harry Sanger.
So Ronald, we can see your name, but you can unmute and turn on your video.
Oh, gotcha. Am I okay to talk now?
Yeah, we
All
can
right.
hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I can't see the time or anything going on right now, but first off, I was at the meeting last on the 18th when all that happened. And I want to point out that during that time, not a single gun was unholstered, not a single gun went off by accident. And I want to remind everyone that when it comes to getting a concealed handgun license, we have to go through the sheriff's department, which goes through a federal FBI background check in order to get this. Concealed handgun license carriers are not the problem when it comes to school shootings. It is criminals, and criminals don't care about the laws. They don't care about your policies. They don't care about gun-free zones. They are there to do one thing, and that is cause harm, murder, and get away with as much as they can. When it came to Uvalde School District down there in Texas, when that shooting happened, the cops sat outside the doors for 50 minutes before they even checked to see if it was unlocked. In that time, more children were slaughtered. If that teacher was armed or staff member was armed, they could have prevented and saved multiple lives. Instead, they stood by idly and let it happen. When seconds count, remember, cops are minutes away. Now, when it comes to that, I've been around guns since I was a child. I've been shooting since I was 5 years old. I have never had an accidental discharge. My guns have never shot anyone. They are stored safely and responsible. When it comes to that, it comes to knowledge and training. And I don't believe anyone in the staff of the school board has gone through that training to understand the safety of a firearm, the different precautions it goes through, or the extensive results and background checks we have to go through to get them. In order to purchase our firearms, we have to go through them and claim and show that we are not of a violent nature and prove and show that we are not on a mental disability that could cause that and flip out and go depressed and shoot something. Okay, we are law-abiding citizens. Do not criminalize us. We have a right under the Oregon Constitution as well that protects our right to be able to protect ourselves. Please do not take that away. When that Uvalde school shooting happened, my child and I were watching and we saw the news happen. And my 7-year-old daughter, and we are in school 4J, turned to me and said, "Dad, why wasn't that school teacher armed? They could have protected life." And I told her, I said, there's some schools where they adapt policies where kids or where staff members are not armed. And it paints a target on their back. These criminals want to slaughter children. They want to cause harm. Do not let them. Arm yourselves. Be ready to protect yourselves, because it's not just your life or it's the children's. We are entrusting you to protect our children. And I'm not seeing any confidence in that action. Now, when it comes to that, my 7-year-old daughter turned to me and said, "Dad, if the staff members were armed, I would feel more safe. I openly carry, I can still carry. I've been through the training on that. I urge you, please stand against this. It is your lives. It's our children's lives. On top of that, you guys talked about getting security staff at your meetings. I'm for that. But understand, your security staffs aren't going to be there with signs saying this is a gun-free zone. They're going to be carrying a weapon of some sorts. Are you going to outlaw knives on school property? Are you going to outlaw pencils on school property? Anything can be used as a weapon. But understand, they trigger guns like it's a demonized thing. Remember, your rights and freedoms were fought because of our guns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harry Sanger, followed by Deborah McGee.
Hello. After months of contention during which we saw the resignation of 2 board members, the June 1st meeting was a refreshing change of pace. To see the board come together and execute the decision-making process in a timely manner shows what can be done when everyone is working together. The extreme brevity does raise a potential concern whether an opaque deliberation occurred prior to this meeting where decisions were made. If so, should the closed meeting where that transpired be made available to the public? To speak to the recent spate of violence in America, I don't want this to be our reality, but unfortunately it is. Like other parents in 4J, I'm terrified about an incident affecting the safety of our children. But a policy like you have proposed with KGBB seems flawed. Will the proposed policy stop potential criminals from committing crimes that already violate existing laws and policies? Is it more likely to hurt law-abiding families, as concerned concealed carry holders who showed up in May tried to express? Furthermore, when school resource officers have been removed from their roles in maintaining law and order on school campuses, is it ironic that the first reaction to a perceived threat toward the board is to hire some kind of resource officer type of security? Who is overseeing this process to ensure equity and fairness? Representation was a key issue during last year's 4J board elections. District parents have a long-standing concern over not being heard. Imagine showing up with other members of the community to voice a concern over an item on a public meeting agenda, only to be told that no comments would be heard on that topic. Would you speak out of turn in order to be heard when there is no opportunity to speak in turn? Would you take offense at subsequently being the victim of social bullying when public officials exaggerate or fabricate the events that took place? What is social bullying? As defined by stopbullying.gov, this form of bullying, sometimes referred to as relational bullying, involves hurting someone's reputation or relationships, for example, through spreading rumors about someone or embarrassing someone in public. Myself and others were at the receiving end of this manipulative treatment where seemingly un-American approaches are being used to address our conflict of visions. While this type of social control might be acceptable in countries that we would deem less free, we should be working together to align our visions, not drawing lines in the sand and then ostracizing those who choose the subjective wrong side. I show up to these meetings as a parent trying to identify and correct solvable problems in our school district. I offer solutions based on conversations I have with other parents in our community. When elected officials deliberately ignore, attempt to delegitimize, or otherwise try to reduce our voice, what kind of message are you sending to your constituents? We can work together to engage in actual dialogue. This school district has a history of allegations of not listening to constituents, brushing significant issues under the rug, and failing to make the hard decisions necessary to fulfill the district's mission. For those reducing their ideological views to a simple dualistic left-right vision, the following proclamation may be hard to understand. Every person I spoke to in this room on May 18th wants what's best for all 4J students to continue to learn and grow and to respect and care about each other. Their vision of what this means is clearly not the same as yours. That doesn't make theirs wrong, nor does it make yours wrong. What it does make is a spectrum of visions that should be considered and included in the decision-making process. And may I have a point of order briefly about being called out by name by an individual in public comment? I do believe that is against.
Deborah McGee.
Thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Deborah McGee. I have lived rurally in Lane County for 40 years. Eugene is my community. I raised two children in the K through 12 4J school system. One graduated from South and the other from Churchill High School. I was employed as an elementary school counselor for both 4J and Bethel school districts. While I left the public schools before the rash of school shootings started, I supervised graduate school counseling students in districts all over Lane County, with Pacific University and Northwest Christian University. I heard the fears and concerns of new educators wanting to serve in our schools and fearing for their safety with this new kind of violence present. Many people have strong opinions and beliefs, but as an educator, I want to go to the facts. And here I quote, "This year, researchers from the Stanford University Law School conducted an analysis of evidence, which includes 14 years of crime data, to answer the question, do laws allowing for concealed weapons lead to decrease in violent crime? Their analysis is published as a working paper by the National Bureau of Economic Research. They found the laws do not decrease violence. The authors concluded that right to carry laws are associated with higher rates of violent crime. Their analysis indicates that violent crime is an estimated 13 to 15% higher in states with right to carry laws compared to states that do not allow concealed weapons. There is not even the slightest hint in the data that right to carry laws reduce violent crime," the authors wrote. Data says concealed weapons lead to an increase in violent crime. And as for the good guy with the gun nonsense, the facts just don't support it. Rarely does it turn out that way. If more guns made us safe, we would already be safe. There are 129 guns for every 100 people in the US right now. You folks are doing the right thing. You are in alignment with other districts who are putting safety first. I believe the day will come when, like other democracies who are fed up with these atrocities and tragedies in their community, we will ban the majority of firearms in the US, and it will be a safer place for everyone. Finally, I want to mention the other elephant in the room. Salem Statesman Journal, June 14th, the report Climate Change and Mental Health in Oregon. The Oregon Health Authority conducted a study. Our children and youth are terrified about the climate emergency. We know that youth and childhood suicide rates are up significantly. We know we are not leaving a planet, our only home, in better shape for our children. Please do everything possible to get 4J off of fossil fuels for energy, for transportation, for heat. Fossil fuels are causing the climate crisis. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane Peterson, followed by Catherine Coughlin.
Hi, my name is Diane Peterson. I'm the local group leader for Eugene Springfield Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm here tonight to voice my support of the Eugene 4J Board's proposed policy to prohibit guns on school grounds and in buildings. As a Moms Demand Action volunteer, I advocated on behalf of Oregon Senate Bill 554, which went into effect last September, and upon which policy KGBB is based. This bill allows K through 12 schools, colleges, and universities to prohibit firearms on campus, including by persons with concealed handgun licenses. Eugene 4J's current policy prohibits firearms on campus except to members of the public with concealed handgun licenses as allowed by state law. With the passage of SB 554, now is the time to revisit and rewrite this policy. Oregon is one of only 8 states that allow individuals with concealed handgun licenses to possess a firearm in K through 12 schools. Research shows that the presence of guns in schools does not make anyone safer, but instead puts teachers, students, and staff at greater risk. In 2018, the Associated Press reported more than 30 mishaps involving firearms brought onto school grounds. Guns went off by mistake, were fired by curious or unruly students, or were left unattended in bathroom stalls, locker rooms, and elsewhere on school grounds. We have experienced the tragedy of gun violence in Oregon schools and colleges time and again, from Thurston High School to Umpqua Community College and more. In 2019, our community experienced the absolute tragedy at Cascade Middle School in the Bethel School District, where a concealed handgun permit holder brought a loaded 9mm into the school and was ultimately shot and killed by police by the front doors of the school. The policy that you will vote on tonight is intended to prevent future such tragedies. The answer to school gun violence is not in more guns, whether carried concealed or by police or school resource officers. Guns do not belong in school, period. The Oregon State Legislature took a proactive approach to preventing gun violence with the passage of SB 554. Now the Eugene 4J Board not only has the ability, but the responsibility to set a policy that will keep school communities safe from gun violence. In passing this policy, you will join these Oregon school districts who have approved it so far: Arlington District 3, Astoria District 1C, Bend La Pine, Blatchley, Centennial, Condon, Corvallis, David Douglas, Hillsborough, Jewell, Klamath Falls, Lake County, Lane Community College, Lake Oswego, Myrtle Point, Oakland, Pendleton, Philomath, Pine Eagle, Portland, Seaside, Siuslaw, Tigard, Tualatin, Tillamook, Umatilla, Vale, Westland, Wilsonville, and Woodburn. Now it is time for the Eugene 4J Board to follow suit. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Coughlin, and I speak to you today as a veteran educator, product of the 4J school system, and a new parent to a 4-month-old baby girl who's with me tonight. I'm also a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I experienced my first presumed active shooter scenario here in 4J as a teacher. School officials believed a man with a gun was on campus and came running through the halls trying to warn people to lock it down. We followed procedures, hiding children, shutting blinds, and locking doors. I'm a native English speaker, and even in my native language, I could barely speak in complete sentences. I was so afraid. I tried to whisper a story to my first graders to keep them from being scared, all the while believing the nightmare was finally upon us. Today, my students and I would die at the hands of someone with a weapon. Imagine the impact on our children. Please ban all weapons from our schools. Firearms and weapons have no place in learning spaces. I would finally like to point out that we're unable to hold this meeting in person due to threats, but we are continuing to send our children to school each day. We must do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Chester, and followed by David Moyer.
Sorry, it cut out right as you were announcing. This is me. This is Ashley Chesser.
Yes, please, Ashley.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, board members. My name is Ashley Chesser. I'm the mother of 2 young children in the 4J school district at Willow Gillespie. I'm here today to urge you to adopt the proposed policy as we've been discussing, KGBB. Guns in schools are more likely to cause harm than to protect students, teachers, and staff from violence. Despite the good intentions of some of the people who oppose this policy, including those that have testified today, guns do not make schools safer. They put everyone at schools at risk. And as Diane Peterson just said, there are plenty of incidents and studies that indicate that guns going off by mistake or accidents when others pick up guns left unattended. As school administrators and board members consider how to respond to incidents of gun violence and mass shootings in schools, this is one step that you can take today to make our community safer. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Moyer, followed by Misty Fox.
Are you there?
Yes, if you turn on your camera, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Great, excellent. Good evening to all. I was one of the people that were there on the 18th. I was not one of the rabble rousers. Matter of fact, if I would have had a chance and known about being able to speak at that time, I would have signed up for the meeting before that and done it perfectly appropriately. So I'm here to voice my opinion on 2 topics that go hand in hand for school safety. When you were a child, did you not behave better when you were around a police officer, mom, dad, or your principal? Why? You knew that you were in trouble if you broke the rules. There are consequences to your actions, and that authority figure would enforce the rules. The trend for schools is to remove the resource officers from the school to help make children feel less threatened. By removing these resource officers, you remove a trained personnel that could be the first line of defense against a potential threat. By removing a resource officer, you remove that trained personnel that can communicate with the first responders when they do arrive. I have to give credit to the Eugene Police Department. Their average response time on a high priority call is 5 to 7 minutes. That is pretty fast for any police force in any city. Unfortunately, as we have seen in recent mass shootings, that is eternity. I have to give credit to the Eugene 4J School District for implementing locked doors, 1 door in and out, front offices in direct view of our only door in and out, and crisis training for the personnel. Not enough. As doors get propped open, which is how the active shooter in Uvalde got in, glass breaks, and there is no resource officer there to deter miscreants. Evildoers know that they have free rein to do as they want, as they know that the resource officers are missing, and having a guns-free zone has removed their threat in many school districts around the country. 4J has a great untapped asset to deter the slaughtering of our children, concealed handgun license holders. You guys are probably all rolling your eyeballs again, but that's okay. As a CHL holder, I have been vetted by the Lane County Sheriff, the OSP, and had a federal background check done on me. I have sat through the training to receive the CHL and understand the responsibilities of force on a threat. I have been trained to keep the firearm concealed, hence the name Concealed Handgun License. Most CHL holders continue to train as we want a better chance to defend against evildoers. Many of your teachers, custodial staff, and office staff have been through the training and possess a CHL. Why not utilize their training to possibly stop the threat? Those of you that feel firearms are scary and should not be in school have that right and make that choice not to own firearms or to carry. I carry to protect my family and even those of you who choose not to protect yourselves. So all of our children have a fighting chance to go home at night. Thank you guys and have a good evening.
Our last speaker is Misty Fox, and she's coming in now.
Thank you, 4J School Board, for the time to address KGBB. I ask that you look at the facts and not the fears. I ask you if any of you can tell me that when a lawful CHL holder ever committed a crime with their firearm on school property. Statistics prove that gun-free zones attract crime and good guys with firearms stop crime. Taking away the rights of a lawful gun owner from having a tool that could potentially save the lives of students, staff, and visitors is irresponsible. I recently watched you as you had a safety meeting after many of us concerned citizens showed up to address the board on the astronomical decision you have to make for so many. From what I heard, you all want security after sitting in a room of your constituents. I have also heard that you all voted to have school resource officers removed from 4J schools. One has to wonder what the real intentions are here, because it isn't the safety of our children if you are removing the children's first line of defense while claiming it for yourselves. I have been a CHL holder for over 20 years. I got my CHL after becoming a new mother and having a scary run-in with a convicted sex offender. I have used my concealed firearm to protect myself and children from a vicious dog attack, and I recently used it to save the life of a kidnapped victim off of Highway 126 near Walton. I know firsthand the wait time for the first responders to get to us. A matter of a few minutes can mean the life or death for some. So why would you consider widening that waiting time by taking away CHL carriers from 4J property? The facts are, if it weren't for SB 554, we wouldn't be discussing this. We would be following Oregon state law. I am very confident that SB 554 will be overturned due to it not being a lawful law and doesn't abide by the Constitution. Marbury versus Madison established that any law that violates the Constitution is null and void. Once the time period for Kate Brown's illegal emergency executive orders are up, we will be able to get SB 55 removed and back to following Oregon state law of ORS 166.370, which gives CHL holders the right to carry a concealed handgun on school property because CH handgun holders have completed a background check and do so regularly to keep an active CHL. We are not criminals. Eliminating CHL holders from 4J property would only apply to law-abiding citizens. It will not stop criminals from carrying a firearm onto school grounds. Please do not make criminals out of law-abiding citizens, and please don't make our students, staff, and visitors soft targets.
Thank you.
Is that it, Lisa?
That's all of our community member. We move on the agenda now, Madam Chair.
Great. We're moving on to employee groups, and I believe we have Sabrina ready to speak for EEA. Oh, there you are. Great.
Hi, Judy. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Vanderkar. My name is Sabrina Gordon, and I'm the president of Eugene Education Association. First, I'd like to thank Sydney Vanderkar for her service to 4J students, staff, and families. There is no question that the past 2 school years have included more challenges and difficulties than any of us have ever experienced. Thank you, Sydney, for leading us through them. As we wrap up another year of teaching, it is a natural time for educators to reflect on what we've learned and start to think about how we'll use that learning to improve our practice next year. This year's lessons were tough. The emotional and mental health needs of our students were enormous. Balancing these needs while maintaining academic momentum was challenging, to say the least. Current political and social tensions made their way into our classrooms daily, and ongoing workforce shortages had a difficult impact on our ability to provide all the services our students need. But the good news is there is always hope. And educators as a collective tend to be some of the most optimistic, hopeful, and determined humans we know. Looking ahead to next year, there are things we can start planning for that will help students and staff feel safe, connected, and supported so that we're ready to teach and learn. You have items on your agenda tonight that could contribute to what our students need. First, keeping us safe. Keep guns out of our schools. You've already heard a lot about this issue tonight, and I encourage you to adopt policy KGBB later in your agenda. Next, helping us feel connected. If we believe that students benefit from the relationships formed by connecting with peers and educators, then we need to intentionally make time for those connections. Creating humane daily schedules that include adequate recess, breaks, and unstructured time for student to adult connections, student to student interactions, and educator to educator collaboration is so important. Remember this when you consider authorizing use of instructional time allowances later this evening. And finally, we need to feel supported. Schools require a lot of resources to adequately support teaching and learning. The board's role in this area is to consistently prioritize funding for additional licensed and classified staffing in schools, including mental health supports and staffing levels that provide adequate supervision for students and smaller class sizes. Teachers also need access to high quality and culturally sustaining curriculum materials, some of which you will consider tonight. Thank you for the time you spend making decisions about how we'll keep kids safe, connected, and supported. And thank you for considering how 4J can create such an environment for staff as well, in the hopes that we'll be able to recruit and retain the educators our students need. So here's to a bit of a break this summer and a fresh start next year. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we are at the point of the agenda for board members to make comments. So I don't know who'd like to go first. Would you just raise your hand and let me know? Alicia.
Thanks, Judy. First, I really appreciate you calling out all that Mary has done for the district and all she did before she was a school board member, and she continues to do now, serving lunches and being involved in all those young people's lives. Also, take a second just to thank Sid. This has been 2 of the hardest years I've experienced on this school board, and really appreciate all she's put in, as well as the other people we're going to lose in this district, because there's a big group of folks with a lot of expertise that won't be here in the fall. And I wanted to say thank you to all of you for all your work as well. Also, just appreciate everyone coming out and sharing their feelings. I appreciate this board taking a step back a couple of weeks ago to ensure that voices could be heard and that we created that opportunity. I think that was a very important, tough decision because people are so passionate about it. I definitely will speak to it when it comes up as an item for action. Thanks, and have a great summer if we don't do this again in public anytime soon.
Oh, Kirti.
Hi, I don't have much to say. I did also want to thank Sid for the last 2 months of welcome on the board on those. I did want to say I was really sad to miss the graduations this year. So I did want to wish well all of 4J Eugene's graduates who are moving on to new things after high school. I know you guys have experienced some of the craziest few years, and I can't imagine having gone through such crucial times in my life, experiencing the pandemic and the kinds of emotional things that's taken a toll on all of us. So I just want to thank you for the kind of commitment y'all have shown, and Eugene 4J. Like, we're so thankful for the students that we have every day that I'm on the board. Those are the people I keep thinking of while we're here. So I just wanted to say congratulations to all of you. I have a rising first grader, and I also wanted to say the last 2 months here, meeting some of the teachers more personally, being at least like witness to some of the early language programs adoption things, it's given me a little bit of hope for my kids moving through the district. So have a wonderful summer for all of you, and I'm looking forward to the coming years.
Thank you. Gordon.
Thank you. I also want to express thanks to Interim Superintendent Sydney Vanderkar, who led the district at a time when we were hit with the unprecedented challenges of COVID, as we all tried to come to terms with this constantly shifting set of alarming circumstances in 2020 and 21. I think she did a great job of enabling the district to respond intelligently and effectively to that. Also, in line with Judy's and Alicia's thanks to retired board members, I want to thank and appreciate Martina Shabram, who resigned earlier this year due to conflicts with a new job. Martina and I sometimes worked together on intense issues and sometimes disagreed on issues, but she always brought great intelligence and dedication to the job and gave tremendously of herself. I understand the many people who spoke about the gun policy. I want to just acknowledge that because we've just sat through a whole lot of comments. I'll also have more to say later, but I just want to say I understand that there are reasonable people on both sides of the debate. And of course, there's nothing anyone gets more inflamed about than our kids' safety. So it's understandable that this is an intense conversation. I had the fortune to sit in on Heather Cleaver's social studies class at Madison Middle School recently, where she was teaching together with philosopher Paul Bowden, who's a volunteer in the schools, who has been teaching philosophy lessons mostly in elementary school, but now also in middle school together with Heather Cleaver. And it was great to see how alive kids could be, how interested they could be, even when it was almost the end of the year. I hope that next year we'll be able to expand this program to more classrooms. This last few months obviously has been an intense period, and a lot of things this year have been put on hold because of COVID. But now that we're looking forward to a year that's not dominated by COVID, I believe it's time for us to tackle big things that we've talked about for years, but have been waiting for. Some of those are reducing the amount of standardized testing and reducing the amount of unnecessary homework, revising school schedules to allow for more planning time for educators, more electives for students, and making it easier for students to participate in CTE courses, even if they're not based in their home school, creating greater respect for teachers' professional autonomy, including by giving educators more say over professional development and supporting those who want to put together creative lesson plans or units that may draw on materials other than the prescribed curriculum, and improving coordination between general education and special education teachers in order to provide a better education to students with IEPs. I know there's the kind of things that people may like say on the campaign trail, oh, this is what we should do, and then it takes a million years and nothing happens. But I think we're in a position to make real progress on this in the coming year. I know that both the question of who should be on the board and who should be the superintendent have been contentious, but I believe that we now have a board full of smart, dedicated people ready to dig in and work on these things, and a superintendent who wants to do that in partnership with us and with educators and parents. And I'm really looking forward to getting started on all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle.
I would like to thank Judy for serving as chair. And I would like to thank everyone who has extended a warm welcome. I really appreciate it. It's been really hectic, and I hope we can continue to develop our relationships with open communication, and not only with my fellow board members, but with everyone in the 4J community. I would also like to congratulate the 2022 graduates, and I trust that they will do amazing things in the future. They have shown, if nothing else, resilience and resolve. And I am prepared to move forward. With a lot more information, hopefully building my skills of analysis and with truth. And I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Laurel and Maya that have not spoken yet. Do you? Laurel? I think that was a hand raise. Oh, Maya's got her hand up too, so.
Do you want me to go or do you want to go?
Doesn't matter to me. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just realized I was writing and not looking at the thing. So go ahead.
So I would like to take a moment and let out a deep breath and extend my profound appreciation for every single member of the 4J community. The past 2 years have challenged us, but this year, this is arguably the most difficult year in recent memory. By October, staff and students, and let's be real, their families at home as well, were already feeling May levels of exhaustion. However, when one is typically feeling those May levels of exhaustion, it is actually May. And during typical years, when May comes along, folks can rally and find a second win and finish up the last weeks of the year strong. When October feels like May, that means we'll be needing to rely not only on second wins, but third, fourth, fifth wins, and on and on. Every single day this year, I have stood in awe of what our students and every single staff member were pulling off, despite the context in which you were learning and working. This year was at best stressful, at worst, irreparably damaging, and literally toxic. We cannot begin next year without a deep examination of what we can do better, and specifically what leadership can do better, because it is up to us to set the stage for everyone else's success to roll out seamlessly. And not a perfunctory examination, but an investigation that is rooted in collaboration. An exploration that redefines how decisions are made, reimagine who makes decisions, and resets the cornerstone of our district by systematically challenging who constitutes the role of expert. So as we look towards next school year, I will personally be guided by Maya Angelou's now famous words. Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. If we drive our understanding of our student and staff needs over a bridge constructed through collaboration, a pathway that is laid out by a diverse understanding of what constitutes expertise, we can finally find ourselves in a position to truly know better. Because it has been far too long that the call to do better has been ringing across our community. Let's turn the rallying cry seen on many bumper stickers and in hashtags online, 4J must do better, into a collective call of encouragement. 4J is doing better. It's not work that can be completed overnight, but it's work that can begin from one day to the next, gaining momentum with each day that follows. It is time. And the measure by which I would hold our success in doing better is not in words read per minute or GPAs or other seemingly tangible measurements. Yes, concrete learning matters. Obviously, we are in the work of instruction, but not at the cost of our health, physical and mental. We cannot continue business as usual, treating our 4J community members as only components of their whole selves. We must see each individual and the community they collectively make up holistically. Each of you is more than mere segmented mechanisms that complete separate tasks with the goal of collectively moving students from their exciting first day of kindergarten to the emotionally moving walk across the stage at graduation. It's time we looked at the sea of faces that constitute our 4J community, all of the faces, and see joy. Joy in one's work and joy in one's learning. Joy at the prospect of our individual and collective futures. Before anything else, we need to ignite joy. It is time.
Great, thank you. Laura.
Well said, that's beautiful. Okay, I started this year my very first board meeting by being scolded by Judy Newman for asking for instructional minute allowances and saying it was what I had asked for was not legal. At the next meeting, I gently asked a staff admin sure about the adequate staffing and support for special education. At the next meeting after that, all staff were removed from the meeting until further notice by our superintendent. I was told that by others that I was being talked about in derogatory ways by the superintendent and executive staff. They were saying to others that I attacked staff. Dissent is not an attack. It is an American right and why I was voted in. This was the beginning of the racism that I have faced for the entire 11 months on this board. Judy, Alicia, and definitely Mary, most of all, supported this racist behavior from the district. I've been forced to sit through 3 complaints against me that were completely motivated by tone policing, me, the Black board member. The district does not stop racism, it supports it. I'm hoping for change. There are those who say racism can never be mentioned. It is not part of the issue. It has been yelled in board meetings. And though there is policy to remove those that disrupt board meetings, the district and our board chair has chosen to do nothing. I say this because I was voted in saying that I would be pushing for a culture change. This change will give all of our children with learning difficulties, those living in poverty, those that are Black, brown, Asian, or Indigenous, those that are marginalized and have been traditionally marginalized by our district, those that do not want to go to college, but want something else, all of those children matter, and they are why I'm here. I have 5 children in this district that have, 4 have graduated, but 3 with IEPs, I've had to fight so hard for them to be seen and valued. We've lived through some hard times here, but I see a culture change coming. A culture change where we listen to our staff, that we invite communication and they're not scared of it, where the board gets all the needed information to make appropriate decisions, where we are working to support as many children as possible, not just the ones who need the least amount of support. I see that change coming and I'm proud to have been part of it. I have pushed a lot. And the only reason I mention racism because it should not be here. I should not have to mention it. It should not be condoned and allowed. White supremacy should not be our norm anymore. We should be working actively to change that. It's not happening here yet, but it's starting to. And I think we will see in the coming year some beautiful changes that support more people in our district. I'm hopeful for that. I have to live on hope because this last year has been very hard. So yeah, I say with Maya, ignite that joy. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're at the consent group items, consent agenda. And we now have 7 items on the consent agenda. We've removed number 3. So you want to make a motion, Maya?
I move to approve the consent agenda items minus number 3.
Do I have a second? Maya moved and Kirthi seconded. Any discussion about the items that we're voting on? All those in favor, please raise your hand. We have 7 yes votes, so passes unanimously. Okay, the next thing is items for information. And we have, first of all, Oscar Lurero talking about the 4J School Climate Survey. Oscar is our Director of Research and Planning. Thank you. I see you, Oscar.
Good evening. Yeah, today I'm going to talk about the answers to our school climate survey. Hello.
For those of you who are listening, we're just waiting to be able to share Oscar's the screen with the survey results.
Yeah. Let me see.
We see that now.
Ah, okay, great. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can share now. Yeah. So our school climate survey that closed last Friday, actually, is actually two surveys. We have one at the secondary level that we have had for 14 years, and then one separate one for elementary grades that we have had for 5 years for all the schools, and before that 2 years as a pilot. There are some new things in the service this year. We redesigned the secondary survey by incorporating questions from the U.S. Education Department School Climate Survey. No, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, we can see it now and we can hear you. So.
Ah, okay. But preserving some of our questions from our own survey. And also what we have seen this year that is new is a lower participation rate than in years before the pandemic. When we look at the results or the answers in a survey, what we look at is trends over time for the same question, so that we see how things are changing and if things are working or not, initiatives and policies. And we also look at comparisons among student groups in their answers. In the next 4 slides, you are going to see that the demographic profile of the students who responded to the survey is very similar, mirrors very closely the profile of our student body by gender, by by race, by ethnicity. The only thing is, if you see in the slide by grade, the only difference between the group of students who responded and our student body is high schools this year participated less than middle schools. When we look at trends, what we have done now 12 years in a row is look at the answers to 7 questions, the same 7 questions over these 12 years to see that evolution. When we do that, what we see is that last year we have a big drop in the incidents, reported incidents of bullying and harassment in our schools. Last year, when we have mostly online and hybrid instruction, but this year we saw an increase back up in those incident rates, actually to levels slightly above those before the pandemic. And also we see that if we look to the whole trend of the 12 years, we see significant improvements since 2011, both in that incidence rate of bullying and harassment, but also in the level of students' trust on staff members regarding the issues. As we are going to see, just looking at this question 19B, this is the percentage of students who say that they have been bullied once a month or more. That's in the survey would be often or very often. And you see the big drop last year in that percentage. And this year we went up again to a level before the pandemic. The same pattern we see in the next question regarding having observed harassment related to recs. Again, a drop last year and a significant increase back up this year. The same for observed harassment related to sexual orientation or gender identity and related to gender or disability. So the same pattern we see in all these questions. And in this question 21, if I were being bullied or harassed at the school, I would talk to a staff member for help. You see here the percentage of the students who said yes. They were, and that's what I was talking about, of the trend, positive trend in terms of students' trust on staff members to raise issues of bullying and harassment. And also, we see in the next question, very similar positive trend. This is the percentage of students who said, if I report an issue with bullying or harassment, I think staff members would listen and try to help. You see in those posts that there's a lot of variability up and down, but something that is a regularity over time, and you see here represented in just one plot, is the relative size of those incident rates of observed harassment by targeting different groups of students. So there's a lot of up and down, but that relative size is pretty consistent over time. When we look at disaggregated data, still for the secondary school climate survey, we see, for example, this table is the percentage of students who said that they disagree or strongly disagree with the statement, I feel safe at my school. And when you see here, disaggregated by sexual orientation of students, we see that our LGBTQ plus students disagree or strongly disagree in much higher percentage than all other our students with the statement, I feel safe at my school. Very significant difference. When we look at the next question, this is the percentage of students who disagree or strongly disagree with the statement, I feel like I belong in my school. And you see also disaggregated by racial groups in our among our students. And you see also a big difference in those percentages across groups. But also what we see sometimes is, like in the next slide, you can see that sometimes there are the differences across groups are small, non-significant. For example, this is the percentage of students who said yes, like to I feel like I'm part of my school. This is disaggregated by ethnicity, Hispanic, Latino, Latina students versus non-Hispanic students. There's a difference, but it's much smaller than what we saw for the other questions. And this also happens in some questions. That's why we disaggregate all questions by student groups, and we look at those differences at a point in time and also over time. When we look at the elementary survey, it's a survey that is smaller, shorter, has different language, different level of language. Some of the questions have different content, but something that is true over the years is the trends and the differences across student groups tend to mirror those that we see in the secondary survey. And as an example, this is a table like the one we saw for the secondary survey. Percentage of students who say that usually they don't feel safe at their school, or they never feel safe at their school. those percentages. Also disaggregated by racial group among our students, and you see there's a large difference across groups, as we saw for the secondary survey. And we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. And I'm sorry that my screen didn't work.
Thank you, Oscar. Do we have questions? Gordon?
Thanks. Other than the incredibly alarming numbers of kids who've been bullied or seen bullying, in most of the slides, it kind of looked like things were pretty bad before COVID, and then it went way down, and then it came back up to more or less the same level. I know there were some slides where there was a significant difference from 2011 to this year. And my question is, on those slides, what is the district's theory about what was being done right, if there actually was, if that difference is real and not just like statistical noise in the numbers?
Is there anyone that from the staff that feels like they might have an answer to that? Or thoughts about it?
Well, what I can say, well, Brooke starts connecting, is that what I heard our leaders say over time, an important factor is the focus that we have put in issues of bullying and harassment. And as you can see, when you look over time, because there's a lot of variability, but when you look at the 12-year trend, it is very clear that there has been an improvement as a result of that work.
It looks like Brooke Wagner put on her screen. Thanks, Brooke.
Yeah, I was not here in 2000. I wasn't here for the first 6 years of the survey. And so I don't want to pretend I know what was happening during that time, but I do know, to echo, I mean, what Oscar was going to say was similar to mine. I mean, when you bring a focus to something and you continue to do that, we obviously, the data that we reviewed today, and we were able to see this just today also. So thank you, Oscar, for putting that together with the survey ending last Friday. There's still work to be done, and we are going to be working this summer in the instruction department alongside equity, inclusion, and instruction to unpack more of this data. We obviously are just seeing a summary, and some of that look back, Gordon, will be part of that work that we do this summer, but really digging in, I think, to more of the results that Oscar shared the summary of today.
Thanks. Could I ask one follow-up question, which is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding was that there was also a question about the share of different groups of kids who felt like there was a bathroom easily available for them. And I wondered if you have the reports on that, even though it wasn't part of the slideshow, or if not. Sorry, go ahead.
So we'll send it from there.
Thank you. You send it so we could get it by email. Appreciate that.
Oscar and I spoke earlier today about being able to share the full data report when Oscar's able to complete that, and you'll be able to see all the questions disaggregated. So, and then if we need to, in August or first part of the school year, go into a more in-depth of maybe the data Oscar has, in addition to the work that we're going to do this summer around this and kind of unpacking that, we'd be more than happy to come back and share that progress.
I think that would be great. Thank you. Any other questions for Oscar or Brooke? At this time, we'll just thank you for putting that together so we could see what we saw tonight. We'll look forward to the entire report. Okay, so we have another item for information that we added, and that is to collect our questions about the Camas Ridge building, school, and figure out when we can have that conversation. Who would like to begin? Gordon.
Thanks. Well, the main thing I want to talk about, which we've talked about before, is windows. And the two things. One is the interior windows that didn't used to be, and we were told that every 4J school is going to have them now, where there's a window into the classroom from the hallway, which everybody I've talked to, maybe there's something else, everybody I've ever talked to said it creates distraction for the teachers, distraction for the kids, and in the event of an emergency makes the class less safe. And where that's happened, when teachers have an opportunity to put posters up on the glass to do away with what it's there for. So I would like to do away with the interior glass in the classrooms. And so the question for that is, what would the cost be? I think that I'm not sure. And then a similar question with the exterior. I know that there are more windows added to the design since it was originally rolled out. But so like Laurel said, if you drive or walk past Edison, it's beautiful, and part of the beauty is tons of windows, and that's what Camas, the old Camas, has been like. And I wouldn't like to have a 75-year-old school that feels nicer and more open and more inviting than a brand new school. So my question would be about cost on that. I know the bid has already gone out, but I mean, anybody who's ever tried to build a house or redo a bathroom or do almost anything knows that lots and lots of changes happen after a bid goes out. So I'd like to know the cost on that. Thanks.
Michelle.
I'm an interior designer as well as a librarian, and I've designed school spaces and library spaces and other institutional spaces, office spaces. And I would love to have access to a complete set of plans so I can pore over them and have informed questions. I've only seen some elevations and a simplified floor plan, and you can put me to work. I can really look at this and give some good input. Thank you.
So I think we could ask Kyle Tucker to respond to you about how could you see plans? Could you go in there? Are they electronic? So we'll follow. That's on the list. Maya.
Before I go into my things, Michelle, I'm not sure when you're back in Eugene, but I highly recommend that you also go into Camas Ridge currently and talk to teachers about what they like about the space that they have now, just to see how we might be able to, from a design perspective, not replicate, but honor those components that are meaningful. So I have a couple of questions. I know as a Camas Ridge parent and a wife of a Camas Ridge teacher, I've been really diligent all year long to stay out of this conversation as much as possible. But I do have a couple of questions. One is one that Alicia and I both brought up at the beginning of the school year, and that's about the accessibility of the, it's no longer a track, it's a walking path. However, the walking path surrounds the fields that are going to be used by community partners. And I really appreciate that the path has grown and it covers a large portion of it, but it doesn't make a full circle. So it's still not fully accessible. And I'm confused why we wouldn't just bridge that last few feet of space so that the whole field is easily accessible and doesn't require folks to have to go all the way up and around a certain section of what looks to be like very beautiful garden space. So that to me is a question and a hope that it's not such a huge design shift that we can't still see that come into place. My other question is, I know that we're talking a lot about building green, and I really appreciate the idea of constructing as green as possible. But I'm also curious if we can learn about how we are, let's just say, deconstructing green and not being wasteful of materials that can be reused, whether it's the huge beams that are in the gym or the hundreds and hundreds of coat hooks that are like throughout the school. I'd hate for us to do something like, put money and resources into something that otherwise will just be trashed when the building is knocked down. So those are my big questions. Can we please make the path around the field fully accessible? And can we hear about how we are just deconstructing the space with a green goal in mind?
Great. Laurel.
So my intent by asking for this is that I was waiting to hear a report from the district about this because we were told we would get one, and then I hear that people are moving out of Camas and things are going to be started this summer, and we still don't have a report. So I'm grateful for this conversation as a board, and I think it's really important, definitely, that we look at this equitably, because we have a history in this district of spending more money in some places and a lot less in other places. And so when I look at this, I live close to Edison. I walk by it and it's just a gleaming edifice of windows and brick everywhere, and it's gorgeous. And then I see the plans that they presented for Camas, and I'm sorely disappointed that there's not enough windows. I mean, one thing we need in Oregon is to let the light in, because on a gray winter day, that is a depressing room if you have one tiny window and everything else is fluorescent light. So I think it's really important that we look at this, figure out ways to do it and to fund it. I also want to say, as I talk about this, I realize we have other schools and issues we need to deal with. And I want to figure out some really, I don't know, I want outside of the box. I think the box is I think there are ways to look at this. We're not given all the funding and money, and information is withheld from us. So I really want to be able to see that information and know where we can put funds to support Kelly and YG in the north, who are, in this really close relationship in a tiny school, and also make sure Camas is what it's supposed to be, and also make sure it's equitable to other schools that we are building. When you build, I love Maya talking about, let's make sure we're not wasting, because when we build, we are making something that hopefully will be used for at the least the next 50 years. I like buildings that last forever, but for some reason, they don't talk like that. They talk in the next 50 years increments. And so it's important that we make something that is comfortable and can be used well, and not just tape something together that's good enough for right now. It's our students spend so many hours in these schools, and I really want them to enjoy this time and to see the light and not to be stuck. In fact, I had kids that went to school when we were stationed in Colorado Springs. For some reason, all the schools were fashioned where there was no window to the outside. It drove me crazy, the idea of that. It was all that everything had to be towards the center, and they were like round schools. They went away from that, but that's something we need to make sure we're not part of. The windows matter. And I need to know how we can get that information. I know I'm just talking about, hey, I'd like this kind of information. I hope somebody hears this in the ether. How are we going to get this information? What are our expectations around it? I would like a clear timeline of what's happening next. I'm really disturbed that we don't have that for something that's important.
Any other questions or? So I'm going to look to the group. Right now, you can see we have a couple meetings we are scheduling. It was hard to get those before we typically take off in July, which we can revisit. Our first board meeting is August 4th. So I know we can get these questions to people working on this. So what are the board's thoughts about dates and how to get the information? Gordon.
I guess I would be interested in hearing from Kyle Tucker a little to answer that question. If he says, oh, nothing's going to happen until October, you got a lot of time to make a decision, it wouldn't be so urgent. If what I assume that at least, ground is going to be broken, I don't know, within a couple of weeks, probably. And so, based on what if they say, look, the timeline is if you want to change something, you got to change it in the next few weeks, then I'd want to do it. I want to make sure to do it within the timetable that could be effective, but I don't know exactly what that is.
Maya?
To answer Gordon's question, I don't believe it's happening in the next few weeks, but I still think that information sooner than later is helpful so that we can not be in a race to offer feedback or requests or whatnot. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that there is not an intention for the building to be raised for at least a few months. So I don't know if that answers the question, Judy, that you're asking, but I think it would be worth us getting the information, even if it's in written form, but that doesn't leave us the chance to have a discussion. So I'd like answers to these questions ASAP, especially as the building is getting shut down, and in particular, since some of my questions are about what is happening with the actual resources that are inside the building, from, a lot of it feels like little things, but they add up quickly, from brand new basketball rims to, I would like to know that we're not just going to do what happened at Roosevelt, which is tear down a building with musical instruments inside and just toss everything that is not taken out of the building. That doesn't feel like something that I want to commit to if we can find any way to alter that pathway, unless it has already been altered, in which case I would really like to hear about it.
I think they definitely reused a lot of things when they did Edison, our most recent build, but certainly it's important to understand what is going to be rebuilt. So that's
right. Edison requested certain historically significant components of their building to be reused. Some of it was reused cosmetically, not necessarily functionally. So, I just think it's important for us.
Hear you. Michelle.
As Gordon had alluded to previously, there's an urgency because change orders just add costs, and slight changes will just increase costs. So the sooner we can see them, the better.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say that we will get these to Kyle and team, to Kyle Ryan and team, the questions, ask for responses as soon as possible, and a recommendation of how soon, what the impact would be to wait or not wait till August if we need to do it sooner. Does that sound okay? Laurel, you have your hand up.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what you have written down. Is it okay, like if Maya writes this up and gets that to him? So we have like the whole list of things, because I don't want things edited so we don't have everything we need to make a proper decision.
So Laurel, I would not edit people's comments, but I'm happy to have Laura, but we also have the recording and we can ask Kyle to listen himself to the recording of this meeting and hear directly. Might be the very best way to go.
And so the other thing is the timeline. So what are we saying? 2 weeks? I think a timeline is important because we said as soon as possible. If bids are out without having us approve the final plan, then that's an issue. We need to be able to approve something.
I can't answer for them. I think we need to ask the question is if we wait till August 4th, is that different than meeting in 2 weeks or 1 week? I mean, we want to get the answers before that. So I think that's a question for the team. I don't know that any of us know if waiting till August 4th will make a difference.
Right. I feel like some of the answers could come by
email. Yeah, that's what we said, that we would get the answers as soon as we can within 2 weeks, if we want to say that, and then with a recommendation of when to meet to not miss opportunities.
Okay.
Michelle.
2 weeks will make a difference to me. I would like to have them as soon as possible.
The answers or the look at the plans?
To look at to have access to the plan.
Well, that's a question. I mean, I think that we would ask Kyle to reach out to you and figure out how to do that. So that could happen. I don't know where the plans are. Soon.
I would like them to.
Okay. Putting you on the list.
If we're making a list, maybe all 7 board members could receive that.
Sure, I'm happy to send it out. And I would also say probably the best thing to do is ask Kyle and Ryan and the team to listen to the recording and hear it directly from board members. So, okay. Are we ready to move on? Now we're on to items for action. And the first item for action on our agenda is approving the resolution adopting the 2022-23 budget, making appropriations, imposing and categorizing taxes. So, Maya.
I move to approve a resolution adopting the 2022-23 budget, making appropriations, imposing and categorizing taxes.
Do we have a second? Maya moves and Michelle seconds. Is there any discussion? Gordon.
Thank you. I would like to offer an amendment that I hope will be taken as a friendly amendment, which is to move that, and we've talked about this a lot, but my motion is that I would move that the board direct the superintendent to initiate a pilot project to place 3 full-time licensed teacher librarians in 3 of the district's highest needs elementary schools. This will be a 5-year pilot program. The board further directs the superintendent to allocate up to $20,000 to evaluate the impacts of this pilot project. Funding for the first 2 years of the project should come from existing district ESSER funds. In subsequent years of the project, the board will assess available sources of ongoing funding. And I'm happy to email that text to anybody who wants, if that would be helpful.
Would people want to see that amendment in writing? Michelle.
Or I just do it, it can't hurt, right? I'll just send it out to everybody now.
Michelle, you have your hand up.
I have seen it in writing and I wholeheartedly support Gordon's friendly amendment.
Kirthi,
As do I.
Maya,
I think before we're, correct me if I'm wrong, but as the person who made the motion, I just want to make it official by saying that I accept his friendly amendment.
okay. So I don't know that we vote on, does everyone have to accept the amendment? No, now it's in the motion, so we vote on the motion with the amendment. Okay. Alicia,
Just clarification, before Gordon, you were talking about, I think, 2 years using ESSER funds, and now you've moved it to 5 years. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
The project is a 5-year project. We only have ESSER funds for 2 years, I believe. So the funding will be out of ESSER for the first 2 years, and for the next 3 years, the board will have to make its decision when we come to those years about how to fund it.
But it would have priority over everything else because the board would have already made that decision. Just asking.
I wouldn't say everything else. The board is also committed to do a whole lot of other things, right?
I wondered what your thinking was in case we go back when we don't have funding and we're cutting. I just want to know so that we're clear in 3 years, because the way things are headed, we'll probably be cutting at least. Let's hope we make it 2 years. So I appreciate that it won't have priority over everything, that it'll be taken into consideration with everything.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it'd just be taken into consideration with everything else that would be on the table at that time.
Well, a budget gets made every year, right? So the board always has the power to make budgets and make budgetary priorities. But the point of this resolution is to say that our intention is for this to be a 5-year pilot program and to have it be evaluated on the basis of 5 years, because part of what we want to see is the impact on both reading ability, on reading pleasure, the number of kids who read when they don't have to or take books home. And those impacts will be a lot more visible in 5 years than they will be in 2. So obviously, if there's a budget crisis, we're going to have to make decisions that we can anticipate, but the intention is for this to be a 5-year program.
So a couple of thoughts. One, you're right. Our board can't commit for the future boards for budgets. So appreciate that clarity, no matter if we say we want it for 5 years. And then the other thing is, I'm wondering, 20,000 is, it's a good chunk of change. And I think there's a lot of data out there. There's a lot of studies that show how important librarians and libraries are. And I'm not sure that we need to do, I guess I would rather use that money, I don't know, buying books. Because I think we're pretty clear how important libraries are and librarians are. So, I appreciate maybe it's important to show for future board members, but just to ponder that being used in a different way, just because there's such good data out there on this. And I know you've shared some of that. So just a thought. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll just say one thing and then I'll let other people talk, if that's okay, Judy, just to answer that, which is, yeah, there's a lot of data out there that I shared because librarians shared it with the board. And the resolution says up to $20,000, so it'll be a decision of the superintendent or whoever's doing this, how much is needed. But I think it is important to evaluate this, and I think it could be very valuable both for us to decide, like the question you're asking, how much of a priority should librarians be balanced against all the other things that we could do? And I think we'll know that much more by evaluating our own program in the 4J school system than by just consulting national data, although I think that's important. I also think it could be helpful in going to Salem. When we, at some points, we're going to be going to Salem and arguing for more money, and to be able to say, look, we ran this project in 3 schools and it had this impact, and we need to be able to do that in all the rest of our schools will be a lot more powerful. So to me, the amount of money that we would spend seems worth it and important. But anyway, that's how I see it.
Thanks, Gordon.
Maya.
Yeah, $20,000 does feel like a lot, I'm not gonna lie. However, when you think about the fact that the last 3 years of this pilot would, and I'm spitballing numbers here, Andrea, so shake your head if I'm totally wrong, but 3 certified teacher librarians, for 3 years is approximately $1 million. I would like to do our due diligence in making sure that we continue and that we give ourselves the data that we need to support the movement that hopefully will emerge from this. Because if, Alicia, you're right that these things are so obvious, I'm hoping that we invest beyond the 3 schools that we are committing to with this resolution. And I think that doing a study that is designed with our particular community in mind can only help us to make that next leap to growing that project.
Laurel.
Yeah, I support this. I'm excited about it. I've talked about the importance of librarians in the past, and it saddens me that kids now don't have it the same that we have it. But we also still have these dedicated spaces that has no stewardship, and so I really want to have this. Thanks.
So first of all, I appreciate you sending out the language, because the language I saw earlier that you sent didn't have it be a 5-year project. I thought this was going to be a 2-year project with the ESSERS funds based on the evaluation. So I really am in favor of this. I think this is a really good idea, and I'd like to get data on it, but I don't think I can commit to 5 years until I know where the funding's coming from. So I'd like to give us the option to continue it. But so that was, I was totally, and I will still support it, especially for 2 years. But I'm a little worried about the 5. And so I just wanted to say that was different than what I had seen. Kirthi.
I'll probably go down in my grave defending libraries forever, just letting you know. And I think, I mean, we're talking about changing culture, we're talking about equity, all these things. And I think, I mean, Michelle will probably articulate this a lot better. And I think we've been looking at libraries to a certain extent in a very antiquated way too, which is it's not so much about the book and buying the book or putting those in. Like, we're dealing with a world of misinformation out there. And so much of what librarians do these days is to support students in the critical thinking that we're trying to embed in our school systems. Support what good data and research practices are, also become an emotional support place for students to go and find their information and places on those. And I do agree that I think, I mean, frankly, if it were up to me, I'd probably be funding all the school libraries on here. I don't have that kind of money, and I am clearly not on the budget committee for reasons. But I do think that I think the nature of agreeing to a thing does not commit us on there, as Gordon says, because like we do every year have to go through a budget process and approve our priorities, go through the things and figure out where the funding and stuff is coming from, as my very short stint on reviewing the budget this year showed us on there. But I do think it'll indicate that we are putting resources where we believe are going to make a difference on those. Alicia and I'm a full favor of books too, but I think also we live in Eugene, which we look at the kind of support our public library system gets from our community. I mean, we have one of the best funded libraries like I've ever seen, having lived in similar places on there. And I do think our schools should be kind of reflective of that too. So I do think like there's a discrepancy on what our city is supporting in terms of what those things and what we're supporting on there. And I don't know if that's just from a real perspective. And I do understand they've got different other funding sources and fundraising sources on there too. But I think a pilot that's limited to a few schools, like we're not talking about a whole district right now, I think is, I mean, I have my support to it, but I am very, wary, not wary, is that the word? Aware that like we have also in the last few weeks committed to programs that we haven't identified funds for right now. So I do think that we're gonna have to go into the new school year. I mean, just thinking about like, putting together that equity and priority lens on those, but I'm in full support of this particular program.
Thank you. So Gordon, you're up next, but I did notice Andrea Bell's put on her camera. I don't know if you have something, some financial information to share and that's why you put it on, or you're just available for questions.
I just want to be available for any questions anyone might have.
Thank you. Okay, Gordon.
Thanks. So just to say briefly, this was from the beginning, this was designed as a 5-year thing. I'm not saying, I know that there were points where people were talking about 2 years of ESSER funding, so it's fair that somebody saw, different versions. But, this was originally a proposal that we put together with 4J librarians in the first round of looking at Student Success Act funding when Gustavo Balderas was superintendent. And I think, so I don't know what will happen if funding gets cut. I believe that that if it was right now and I had to find something to cut in the district in order to keep 3 librarians in high needs elementary schools, that I could find things that I think are valuable, but less valuable than that. And I think, one of the things that Kirthi was pointing towards is that, librarians, part of what librarians do is help teachers make up lessons that involve research and involve resources and involve digital literacy, involve understanding like what's the difference between Google or my friend's Facebook post and a legitimate source, and how do you understand getting contradictory messages from different sources. And librarians also, part of their training is to find books that kids like. The number of kids who just say, oh, like I'm not a reader, not I can't, but not a thing I do. And part of librarians' job is like if there's a kid and all they care about is graphic novels featuring queer astronauts, then the librarian has books for them. And that's both fantastic and a thing that I think we can't measure 2 years after it started. I mean, we could measure it every year, but I think it's unrealistic to think that we're really going to see the impact of that in less than 5 years. So that's why I think the 5-year thing is important. But I apologize if there was confusing miscommunication around that.
I just was reading the motion you sent earlier for me to look at. So it did not state 5 years. So that's all I'm saying. I'm regrouping and I've had those, so that's okay. Maya.
I think you might be reading the motion that was suggested versus the one that Gordon sent back, that I sent back on behalf of Gordon for us to use. I also feel the opposite. I don't think I could support a pilot that's 2 years. It doesn't feel as though we'd get the data and big picture that a pilot intends to offer. When you think of an elementary school student's experience, the lifespan of the elementary school experience is 6 years. This gives us barely the opportunity to understand how this would impact students going through that whole developmental stage. So for me, that 5 years is really crucial to really understand big picture wise the possible impact that this could have on our students.
Got Michelle and then Alicia.
If you look at school floor plans, library spaces are always placed in a really centralized location, and that's for a reason. If libraries are staffed with librarians, not only do they have the opportunity to support every educator, they also have the opportunity to support every student. There aren't too many people, staff in schools who have the opportunity to interact with every student. So the reason that libraries are placed where they are is because they're a place for community. And they're a place for people to gather, and they're safe spaces. On top of all the other digital literacy and reading and skills that are supported.
Thank you, Alicia, and then B.
All right, mine is, let's get this thing done. Let's get this vote taken. Let's celebrate it because we don't get positive things too often in the last little while. And let's move on. Good with 5 years. Don't spend the whole 20,000. Buy a book here or there. Let's go on. I know, Judy, you want to talk, but that was
I
just
just wanted to say that I don't want it ever to be misconstrued. I'm excited about doing this project. I love librarians. I really was impressed with the report we got from Debbie Levy about everything that happened in the library was pretty amazing. I mean, just the creativity and the responsiveness to the school. I was really impressed. So I was just worried, and I think I understand if after 2 years we're in dire straits, we do work with the budget. I just worry about committing resources, but if we have the resources, I'm delighted. So I will accept the friendly amendment as well. So any other discussion, or should we just vote on the motion with the friendly amendment? Okay, so all those in favor of the motion that Maya read with the addition of the amendment Gordon made, raise your hand. It looks like a unanimous vote with 7 board members voting yes. Okay. So now we have a supplemental budget.
Okay, so in this wonderful year where all children ate free at 4J, we were lucky enough to have increased resources provided to us by both the federal government and state government to support that. Of course, there were also increased costs in our nutrition services program to purchase food, to pay for staffing, all of those things. We are seeking from the board permission to basically accept those additional dollars and spend them on paying our bills for our food and our staff and all of the other operating costs associated with our nutrition services program for the year.
Is there a motion? Maya?
I move to adopt resolution 2022-15 for supplemental budget number 1, making appropriations for the, am I reading the right thing? Yes, the 2021-22 fiscal year.
We have a second? Okay, Maya moved and Alicia seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no hands up, all those in favor of passing the motion for the supplemental budget, raise your hand. I see 7 yes votes, so it passes unanimously. The next item is approving the adoption of the board meeting calendar for 2022-23. Maya.
I move to adopt the board meeting calendar for the 2022-23 school year.
Do we have a second? Okay, Maya moved and Kirti seconded. Any discussion about the board calendar? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we have 7 yes votes, so the board calendar passes unanimously. So now we're at consider the adoption of the new board policy KGBB. Maya.
I move to adopt board policy KGBB.
Is there a second? Is that a second from you, Laurel? No. Gordon. Okay, Maya's moved and Gordon seconded that we pass the policy. So now it's discussion, and I think, Laurel, you'd like to speak?
I'd like to, as the policy is written, as far as I understand it, it is kind of confusing because I've had some people say it only means bringing weapons onto school grounds. Some people have said it means only bringing it into buildings. I propose an amendment to say that what we're saying, and I had it on my phone. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Is that people with concealed carry licenses may keep firearms or ammunition in a locked, privately owned or leased motor vehicle in K through 12 school parking areas, provided that the firearm or ammunition is not in plain view. I would like to add that because honestly, I like to look at in terms of logic. It is almost completely impossible to police what people are doing in their own car. We can't do that. It also creates a hardship for people with concealed carry who do keep firearms in their glove compartments, and they are allowed to do so. So I find that hopefully to be a compromise to, okay, even as I say it, it sounds silly because there's no, the people that who think they're going to John Wayne for our schools are not are not going to like this, but really I'm talking about parents who have concealed carry and they keep that in their car or glove box locked up. Also, I think there needs to be something in there to say, because, and I don't know if this still happens. When my kids were at Edison, I have transported kids on field trips with permission, and I don't know what the rules are around this anymore, but I would, all of a sudden reading this, all I thought was, did somebody transport my kid with a weapon in their vehicle? So I would want to know that we have asked that question for field trips if we still do if we still allow private vehicles to do transport children. And maybe there's somebody from the district who could answer that question.
Yeah, maybe we could ask Christine Nesbitt to respond. I thought I read, do you want to strengthen the language that's in the policy about when said firearm is possessed by a person who is not otherwise prohibited, and it's unloaded and locked in a motor vehicle? It should be, wanted to add not visible to that. I just, in the current policy, so I don't know.
Okay, well, let me see that part because I did not see that in my original reading of that.
Okay, do you have that available to you in the board packet?
I can look at it, yeah.
Great.
But that's what I would also like something in there to talk about. Thanks, Carrie. Something to talk about the fact, to address the fact of field trips, if that is something that we do, because I don't see that in there. Okay, I guess we're in a, I don't see it now, Carrie.
Okay, Christine.
Hi there. I think the best way of addressing field trips, because this policy is really straight out of the law, and it says that it's prohibited on schools controlled by the district. So I think the best way of dealing with the issue of a private transport, which by the way, we discourage really heavily. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but that's discouraged. The best way of dealing with that may be through the volunteer policy or applying our policy GBL, I think it is, over to volunteers, because you'd have to be a volunteer in order to transport a kid. So
okay,
that's how I'm thinking that might be structured. And
Did everyone else, was this my internet or did everyone lose? No, okay, everyone lost.
It wasn't just me. Oh.
I was asking the same question. I thought maybe I caused that, yeah.
I was yelling at my kids. I'm like, who unplugged the internet?
I don't know what I may have missed, but I did get booted off, and
did.
Laurel, I was wondering if you could send the proposed amendment to me via email. Thank you.
We'll send it in the way I said it, which will sound not.
Or you can take a picture and send it to me by text too. That's fine.
Okay.
So could we go on to Gordon's question while you're doing that, Laurel?
Yes.
Great. Okay, Gordon.
Thanks, Judy. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to speak to this because so many people spoke so strongly about it. I feel like it's worth a response. I support this. I appreciate the, I think what we already have in the policy, which is an exception for people who have concealed handguns in their vehicles. So in other words, we don't want to make it impossible for concealed handgun owners to not be able to drop off and pick up their kids on school grounds. And if Laurel has language that would strengthen that in some way, I would support that too. I just wanted to explain how I came out on this. I know that a lot of people who own guns and are used to being around them does not feel concerning at all. And on the contrary, feel, as well a bunch of people said, safer in that situation than not. And I understand that we're all impassioned about this because it's our kids. As far as I can see in data or research, there is no evidence that a policy like this would stop mass shootings in schools. And there's also no evidence that concealed handguns stop mass shootings in schools. I have heard from people I respect who think that the policy is poorly written in some ways and needs to be redrafted. I understand there's a concern that requiring people to leave guns in their cars might increase the risk of them being stolen or increase the risk of accidents when people are handling guns. But nevertheless, I think that to me, what it comes down to is that we're in this mental health crisis, and the stress for students and staff, knowing that the school is not a gun-free zone, not in the sense that it'll prevent the kind of people who've committed mass shootings. I don't know what we could do to prevent that, but that students and staff don't have to worry if they get into a heated discussion with somebody that it could escalate into that kind of violence. And I know that the people who testified, the people who were at our meetings, and gun owners in Eugene and across the country overwhelmingly are careful, law-abiding, considerate, dedicated people. But we're in a situation where it's like there's a tiny chance of something horrible happening. And it's not enough to say, oh, 99.8%, that we have to take that seriously. And even more, I think, in the atmosphere of mental health crisis that we have, to have kids who ask their parents or ask their teachers, could it be that there are people walking around my school with guns that are hidden? I know there are families who, like one father testified that his kids would feel good if the answer was yes. But I believe that the vast majority of kids would feel more stressed and more worried, and that staff, frankly, understandably, I would, if I'm in a situation where I'm regularly getting into heated arguments with people, and to feel like, okay, I never know which one of those people is carrying a weapon, and presuming 99% of them would never go there, it still adds a level of stress that we don't need. I want to talk for a minute, and I'll shut up soon, about the level of anger that has been displayed at board meetings, which does increase my concern. And it's not that I thought somebody at that meeting was going to do something, and everybody has a right to be angry about whatever they want. But I think it gets compounded by the fact that everybody lives in political silos. And all of us end up mostly only knowing people like ourselves, which means we believe that people like us and our friends must be about 80% of the population. And part of what I experienced in meetings was people who come in who I believe represent a pretty small minority of the community, entitled to their views, but who, despite being a minority, appear often to be convinced that really they're almost everybody, that they're the people and everyone else is just corrupt bureaucrats. And for me, when you combine anger with that sense of entitlement, it increases my concern. So So to sum up, I know that there are people who want us to form a study group to figure out, to take everything into account and form a policy that would be better than this. And I would support that. And I would support that being a study group that does not have an ideological litmus test, that includes staff, that includes administrators, that includes parents, people who are gun owners and not. And I would support making a commitment that that group is going to meet in the fall, that it's going to present its recommendations in an open meeting, and that we'll consider taking those into account. But in the meantime, while the study group takes place, if we decide to do that, we need to make a decision. In the meantime, are we allowing or not allowing concealed guns on campus? And I think that we should support the ban and not allow them. So what I would like to do is to approve this resolution as it is, and also support creating a study group to see if there are ways down the road to amend this in a way that makes it work better. I would be wide open to that. Sorry for talking so long.
Maya.
I'm wondering if that should be a separate motion after we vote on this, Gordon. But I want to say thank you to all the people who took the time to talk to us, both sides of the policy. Really brings out a lot of emotions and passion, and I want to make sure that when we adopt this policy, that we're adopting one with the intention of keeping our schools safe, but not at the risk of possibly creating unsafe situations. So I'm wondering, and maybe this is a question for Christine, I'm wondering if we can amend the policy, the component about securing guns in cars. I would be interested in knowing if we could add something along the lines of prior to arriving on school grounds. In learning about this policy, it's come to my attention that, I'm not someone with a lot of experience beyond, the hunting world. I have family who gets a deer every year, and that's what they eat all winter. And that's a very different gun culture than what we are necessarily talking about. That's not done with a handgun, that's a concealed carry weapon. But I am concerned with the transfer of the concealed carry weapon from a holster to a vehicle, because it makes it more visible to somebody who might be interested in stealing it out of a car, but more importantly, because when they're in the hands of humans is when guns are the most dangerous. So I'm curious if we can put something in there about that transfer needing to happen prior to arriving. So it's not happening as people are walking into a football game at, Churchill. I would like that to be something that happens prior to making that trip to the school grounds. And I think that would make me feel ultimately best about this policy, but I do support, Gordon's idea, and not just Gordon's. I think this is shared by several of us to dig deep into making sure that this is written in the way that makes our community the safest possible. And I know this was written in response to the law that was passed, but I wonder if we commit to revisiting it, even in a year, if we will learn more about that law and about other school districts and how they have passed this, because 25 school districts or so, it seems like a lot until you realize that we have like 160 in Oregon. So I'm just curious about supporting Gordon's work group component, and also having that transfer happen before folks are in our space with our students and our families.
So before I speak, is there something you want to respond to about Maya's question, Christine?
Yeah, I think that can be incorporated for sure. And I would encourage you to have legal counsel either participate in the work group. That would be the best, honestly, because these issues can quickly just get into a territory that's constitutionally protected. And so there are real limits there. And also there's complexity in terms of which there's a complexity of policy layers that apply. So there's a policy related to students, policy related to staff, and then this is the policy related to public, but only in only in schools that are controlled by the district. And then I was just informed by our wonderful transportation director that the policy that we would probably want to amend to address private transport is in a different place than I thought. So that would be in policy EEAE. So that would be a separate piece of work. I still, in terms of the amendment itself, I really need to see it in writing, the amendment proposed by Laurel, if you want me to look at it.
But are you saying though that it would be actually amending EEAE and not K?
Yeah, I think that would be the one to amend rather than is it GBL? The one on for employees.
Okay.
That I think it makes the most sense. That is the most on target is the EEAE policy. So if, to your point about when parents are driving students, that is the place where we would want to amend that.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
we can bring that to have a discussion about that and to discuss that policy and add that at another time, that we can do that. But I guess it doesn't apply to this policy. It does seem very clunkily written, like somebody did it in 10 minutes.
I think it was really carefully written because it's a difficult and tricky area. But that said, it's always great if we can make it more user friendly. I'm all for that.
Okay. I'm good to remove my amendment and to apply it to EEAE.
And we'll definitely put on that as an item for future agenda for that policy to be reviewed and looked at. So I have that.
Okay.
If I could be clear right now, the amendment that I was referring to, or the part that should go in EEAE, would be related to parents transporting students on district events.
Yeah.
This policy, as it is written, prohibits the carrying, I think, even in a vehicle.
It says it can be in a vehicle.
It doesn't. Sorry. Yeah, it does not. So that's okay.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
it's there. I just didn't. I didn't read it the way, like, similar to yourself. I read it differently. So it looks like it's saying that it will be in a glove box with the ordinance removed.
Yeah, and I would say this means that if a person who brought it on and didn't have it, locked in their vehicle somewhere would be violating policy. So
that's how I read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. I just want to, I also wanted to just thank all the people who came out to testify tonight. I have read some of the studies that were quoted tonight from Stanford and other places. And I think I've heard some of the fears, but I'm also convinced there's no evidence that having people carrying guns on campuses will increase safety. I also want to acknowledge that I do believe that people who are licensed gun carriers probably are some of the safest, and they go through the trainings and the safety plans. So I definitely hear that. I just feel like the slight potential of accidents or bad things happening, having guns not in school or on school property makes sense to me. And then I would like to, I guess we're going to work on this and then talk about the study group, because I had I'd like to hear clearly what that's about, because I had some thoughts about a study group related to schools being the things that really help schools be safe. What are we doing? I know our building principals and administrators had trainings this week. What are the measures that we can take that will really enhance school safety, and just get more information and make sure we're doing all we can in that way. So Maya.
Christine, I'm wondering if you might be able to speak to whether I need to make a separate motion to include the component in there that the transfer should happen prior to arriving on school property. Because while I do appreciate that people with concealed carry are well trained, I also know that guns are machines made by humans, and there are times when it's the actual gun that has a malfunction and not necessarily the human. And I would like to do whatever is possible to make sure that we aren't setting ourselves up for unintended safety consequences. So I don't know if that's a separate motion and or if that just can be agreed upon as we vote. But I would like to add that officially. That would make me feel much more confident in this policy.
And I'm wondering, I'm wondering where the gap is, because my read of this is if you are possessing it and it is unloaded and locked in your motor vehicle, then you're okay. If you are possessing a firearm and it is not unlocked and it is not unloaded or locked in the motor vehicle, then you're not okay if you're on school grounds. And so to me, it's already clear that you'd be in violation of that policy if you entered school property and it wasn't, for example, locked in the glove compartment or unloaded.
And I appreciate and that's how you read it, but I don't think that everyone's necessarily a lawyer, and I feel like spelling it out directly instead of through implication. I just think that saying that straightforwardly, that it must be transferred off your body prior to arriving, is just a detail that I don't want to set anybody up for being in violation of the rule, but more importantly for any accident that we can avoid. And I'm not sure if that necessarily, I just would like it to be specifically stated so that people go into the intention behind arriving on site in possession with full knowledge of what our expectation is.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's challenging sometimes to draft an amendment on the fly, especially one with constitutional implications. So I would perhaps ask for either you can identify something and I can tell you what that is, or maybe we could come back. I could make an amendment proposal and it could be brought back to the group. I tell you, I'm nervous about potential challenges if we go beyond what's in the law, and just because it creates the opportunity for a challenge that was not necessary. So I'm not at all saying no. I'm saying that I think it's really important to be thoughtful in any amendment. That's all.
Laurel.
My take on this is that the way that it's worded is confusing, and I believe we can word it in layman's terms to make it easier to digest. It doesn't change what they're saying. It is saying it in a way that reduces the barriers to understanding it. And so yes, there's legalese terms, but there's also cause to make things digestible to the common person who reads this. And otherwise, they are more than able to say, well, yeah, I read that, but that's not what I got from this. So I believe we can write this out in layman's terms without changing what they're saying, and have it as part of this to say, this is what this means. It should be on this policy, but it should say, this is what this means.
And I agree with you. This is the second read and the very first time that I'm hearing any of this. And I mean, So I'm not prepared to suggest something or to right now. I mean, we shouldn't be drafting it on the fly, something like this. What I would recommend, you could either pass it as it is and know you will want to make revisions later, or alternatively, it would be really not too difficult, I think, to make some revisions, and then you all pass it at your next regular meeting when you've got a chance to see that, and when you know that council's weighed in and comfortable that you're not going to draw a challenge and all of that. Up to you.
Kirthi.
Maya just had her hand up, so I didn't want to jump.
Oh, you were, sorry. I'm sorry.
You were ahead of me.
Okay. No, I was just asking. So, I mean, Christine, I hear you everything on, especially with the constitutionality of it. And like, we don't want to have challenges on that regard to it. But in terms of what Laurel's saying on there, like, do we have, there's the actual legal policy, and then, I mean, like, it's like contract language, right? Like there's sometimes it's just so much to read. And then you usually have like, sometimes they give you notes on this is what this means. It's just thing on there. Like, do we have any sort of stuff like that that's available? I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, that is like explanatory of what those things are for people who aren't on those. Like, I mean, I don't know what 4J has done in the past on these. I don't think most of our policies have touched at this level of around those things, or have been somewhat self-explanatory. But I mean, I know there's one up on the coming up shortly on there that is touching on things like free speech and all that kind of fun stuff too. But I mean, like other issues on there. So I'm just curious, is that having the legal language remain, but having in a separate something that's an explanation of, is that a possibility? Does that make it an issue legally? Or, is that, I mean, I'm just kind of curious about what options are.
Sure. I mean, I think one thing, right, this policy has to be implemented, right? And so part of it is that we have to give notice on our website of what it is. And we also would have to have signage out there to this effect too, so that people are aware. But, I'm hearing from enough of you that it doesn't seem user friendly enough. And that is completely legitimate feedback. I just recommend, I think, lawyers are always up for the challenge. So bring it. We'll bring it back with more straightforward language. That would be a possibility. There isn't a separate writing, like sometimes policies have delegate administrative rule development to the superintendent, but that isn't really, I don't think that would add a lot in this case. I think it'd be better if it was just in the policy, frankly.
Maya?
I personally would like to approve this tonight, but also simultaneously ask for some work to be done so that we can come back and consider a revision with that challenge that you just so enthusiastically asked us to give you. I do think it could benefit from some shift in language to make it more accessible and clear. But I think that it's also important that we don't find ourselves without a policy in place. And I think that even with the revision, unless we revoke it, we would still have the similar signage and things like that. So I recommend, I plan on voting yes, but with the intention of asking you or whoever's the right person to help us find language that is more amenable to our intention.
Would anyone like to delay the vote right now?
No.
Okay. Then let's vote on it and then summarize what we want to have done after, have the discussion about the study group or next steps, okay? So everyone knows that we are voting on the board policy KGBB as it appears in our board packet. So all those in favor, raise your hand. We have 7 yes votes, so it passes unanimously. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this idea of a study group or what we're asking for and with an amendment or a change in policy or whatever. Okay, Gordon.
I mean, given this whole discussion we've just had, I'm not sure that it makes sense to formulate an exact language on amendment that we would vote on tonight. I would like to get some more input, including legal input, but just to say, I've heard from, like I said, I've heard from people who I respect who are gun owners who said, there's some, you're creating, what do you call it? Unforeseen outcomes. I'm losing my mind because it's late. And I want to take that seriously. So I'd like to have a working group that can look at all that stuff and come back to the board with recommendations. But I think sounds like we need some more consultation before we could put that into a formal motion.
Maya.
Yeah, I would like to see what Christine or whoever takes on the legal work puts together with our input from tonight, and then talk about a work group after that. It might be that the shift in language might quell some of our concerns.
Alicia.
Thanks. So it sounds like it's kind of 3 thumbs up to give leadership the responsibility to look into the work group and get that scheduled. And then I also heard that we want to direct our legal staff to come back with an amendment or that clarifies the part we talked about putting the gun away, that school property is school property and that needs to be put away before. See, it needs more plain language. And also Laura's comment needs to be addressed, and I'm really interested in this, about private vehicles. And that needs to be an amendment, a change to that policy. So what I heard were 3 different things, and I just want to say I support all 3 of those moving forward, if those are the paths people are comfortable with, or if you have other ideas for paths. Thanks.
Kirthi.
I also support all those 3 paths, and I like I don't know if it's the same thing, but I do like the idea, Judy, I think you just brought up on a safety thing. I do think that whatever happens for next year, that also needs to be a work. And Gordon, I don't know if you're thinking like this may be a part of it, or if you're thinking like this is a separate issue too, but I do think that like looking at school safety in a holistic manner is also something that we do need to be addressing. So, I mean, this may not be the time to bring it up, but like, if that's something that, if those are 2 separate paths or if it's the same, I don't really know, but I'm in support of all of that.
Maya.
Yeah, I just want to remind us all that we had something called All Students Belong that we kind of got sidetracked for a number of reasons this year. And this feels like it falls under that major project. It's all about safety, from improving our curriculum to make sure that students feel safe with the materials, but also physical safety, mental health safety, all of that. So I hope that this is kind of the kick in the pants that we need to make sure that that is prioritized again and not sidetracked.
So I'm going to summarize where I think we are. So we're asking Christine to look at draft something that might be more clear in clear language based on what we talked about tonight, and bring that so we could look at that and maybe be amending this policy that we just passed. And then we definitely want to look at policy EEAE on the parents or volunteers driving kids and make some amendments to that. So those are two concrete things. And then I heard Gordon say we should probably bring back after we do those two things and really be clear about what kind of study group we want going forward. Does that sound like the three next concrete things? And I'm going to be looking at expanding that study group concept to also include what we talked about, just safety in general in schools. So is that okay with where we are? Okay, let's move on then to consider adoption of the new board policy on information about statewide testing. Maya.
I move to adopt the new board policy information about statewide testing, which I don't think has a number or letters attached to it yet.
No, doesn't. And Gordon, okay, so Maya moved and Gordon seconded. Any discussion on that policy? Okay, looks like we can vote on that one. All those in, did you want to speak, Michelle, or just?
No, it's just my signal is not stable. That's why I keep turning off the video. I'm sorry if it's a distraction.
No, I just wanted to be sure if you wanted to speak, you could. So then
Thank you.
all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that policy passes unanimously with 7 yes votes. So the next thing is organizing the board of directors for the 2022-23 school year. Do we have a motion for the school board chair for next year? Laurel.
I'd like to move to for Maya Rabasa to be our chair for next year. I don't know if I said that right.
You said it perfectly. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Kirthi. Okay, so Laurel has moved and Kirthi seconded to have Maya Rabasa be this chair next year. Any discussion? Then all those in favor, raise your hand. So congratulations, Maya, 7-0. You are the chair next year. Passes 7-0. And
I have a second motion.
Great, Laurel.
I move to make Gordon Lafer the, what's the official name of it? Vice chair?
Vice chair, yeah.
The vice chair of the 4J school board.
Is there a second? Okay, we have Laurel moving and Michelle seconding. Any discussion? Okay, then Alicia.
I think they should both have to give campaign speeches. And maybe some bling or something. No, okay.
Yeah.
Anyone want to give a campaign speech or could we call the vote? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that passes 7-0 unanimously. So congratulations, we have board leadership. And there's one more motion to authorize the chair and vice chair to sign for the district during the 22-23 year beginning July 1st. So I'm just making that motion and any second on that. Great, okay, Judy moved and Kirthi seconded. So any discussion about that? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that passes 7 yes votes, passes unanimously. All right. And now we have added to the item for action, the superintendent's contract for the contract for starting July 1, 2022. Gordon, do you have a motion there?
Yes, I move that we adopt the proposed contract. I just want to, this is my fault. We've had many drafts of this, and there are a couple of small typos and one significant one that doesn't change the context of it, but in the second sentence about the term, it says this is a 2-year contract for administrative services, and it should say 3-year. I know everybody knows it's a 3-year contract. I just wanted to call out that typo and to thank Christine Nesbitt for catching it in the final draft. But so having said that, I move that we adopt this contract.
Do we have a second? Okay, Gordon moved and Laurel seconded. Any questions or conversation about the contract? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. So the contract is approved with a 7 yes vote. Okay. Now we have 2 other items for action that we moved onto the agenda for tonight. First was the item moved from the consent agenda, which was number 3, that it said improve inclusion of professional development time in calculation of instructional time for the 2021-22 school year. Maya.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, and then when we get to the discussion, ask my questions. So I move to approve consent agenda item number 3.
Is there a second? Okay, Maya moved and Laurel seconded. Now we'll have a discussion. Maya, ask your questions, please.
I just have what I hope is a quick question, and I'm not sure who it's for since Superintendent Vanderkar is not here. Oh, there's Brooke. Brooke, I hope it's for you. I'm wondering, it says in the agenda, the consent agenda item that I think it was up to 9 hours at various levels. I'm just wondering if you can tell us which levels and how many hours. It's just a small question. I intend to approve this. I just was curious to have an idea.
Thanks. Sorry, as we all are, some of us are suffering from allergies. I took my medicine and it hasn't kicked in yet. Oscar is also on the call just to make sure that I am reading the correct. Oscar, you correct me if I'm wrong. At elementary, the legal requirement is 900, and we finished the school year at 895.6. Is that right, Oscar? Am I doing it right? He's my backup. And for middle school, the legal requirement is 900, and we ended the year at 909.6. So we are above the legal requirement. For grades at the secondary level, at the high school level, they break it into 2. They break it into grades 9 through 11. And that's 990 is the requirement. And we ended the year at 986.4. And for grade 12, the legal requirement is 966. And we ended the year at 957.2.
Thank you. I appreciate
If I missed anything, Oscar, please add.
Does that answer your question, Maya?
Very much so.
Any other questions or discussion about this item? Then all those in favor of this item, agenda item, this motion, raise your hand. Again, we have 7 yes votes, so it passes unanimously. Okay, the other item that we pulled from the agenda from an item for action at a future meeting was considering approval of instructional allowances. Maybe we have Christine Nesbitt and Brooke Wagner on this item. Maybe we could have them talk to us about it and then make a motion since they were going to present on it.
Certainly. Hi. Yeah, this is a request by the superintendent, and I have spoken with Dr. Dye about this as well, but to allow the superintendent to have some flexibility as they develop schedules, particularly at the secondary level for next year, to it's not clear yet whether there will need to be a change in or a reliance on any instructional credits, but it would be nice to know that the board would be willing to approve that if it became necessary in advance of the planning for that this summer. So essentially that's what it's about. There's so much more to say about instructional allowances and credits. But at this point in time, and I'm happy to answer questions as we go, but really the heart of this request is the board is authorized, or the board by law is allowed to grant the use of non-instructional activities in the calculation of instructional minutes. We know we need to revisit, per a promise with EEA this year, we know we need to revisit our middle school and high school schedule to look at the issue of breaks. And so we want to have the ability to fully explore all options and know that the board will be willing to back whatever it comes up. So the reason we chose 30 hours of professional development is that it applies at both of those levels, and not all the credits do apply. For example, conference time doesn't apply at the high school level because you don't have parent-teacher conferences at the high school level. And we're also pretty confident that we'll be using 30 hours at least next year for professional development. So with that, I would be happy to take questions if there are any of me.
Let's start with Gordon. We have Gordon, Laurel, and Maya, so we'll see if there are questions.
Thanks, Judy. I don't have a question. I have I would like to amend the proposal to. I really appreciate what Christine laid out, and would like to basically double down on it and change the proposal so that we would authorize use of all of the allowed instructional minute credits, which is PD, and it's different at different levels, parent-teacher conference. Again, for anybody who's new to this does not require anything, doesn't require the superintendent to do anything, just gives maximum flexibility. And we've talked a lot and heard a lot about different people having different ideas about how to make the schedule of things work better. So that would be my proposal, would be to just go the extra step and vote to authorize all allowable instructional minute credits. Thanks.
Wow.
He just amended it.
We don't have a motion. We haven't put the motion out yet. We're just, I think.
So, wait, why don't we have a motion? Shouldn't we be starting with a motion and then having the discussion? So I wanted to do the same thing, but I also want to add recess. Basically saying the same thing as Gordon, but I wanted to make sure, because things get left off if they're not said, that we're adding teacher conference and recess. And so everything is to be put on there. All the allowances I asked for in August, I would like them to be on there now, please.
So Maya, you want to make the motion?
Sure. So I move to permit our superintendent to utilize all ODE allowable allowances for instructional minutes, including recess, professional development, and parent-teacher conferences.
Is there a second? Okay, so Maya moved and Laurel seconded. Any more discussion on this? I see Laurel and Gordon have their hands up. Were they just up from before? Okay, let's call the vote then. All those in favor, raise your hand and to vote yes. Okay, we have 7 yes votes and it passes unanimously. Okay. So I think that's all of our items for action. Did I miss any that we added? Okay, that brings us to items for action at a future meeting, which is considered for adoption secondary social studies curriculum. And I think we have Eric Anderson, Director of Curriculum, leading that conversation.
Good evening, school board and listening audience. I'm Eric Anderson, Director of Curriculum. Tonight will be the first round of requests for instructional materials. We'll be back next year and also the year after based on our proposal timeline. As stated in your board packet, there are 17 English courses alone that we are working to get instructional materials for. Tonight, you're going to hear about 8 of those. We're very excited about the progress that's been made and the materials that we'll be getting out to students and to teachers. So we appreciate your attention to the conversation tonight and the presentation, and we welcome questions and feedback at the end. I'd now like to turn it over to our social studies TOSA, Janoj Cotter, and I'm going to share my screen to start the presentation and do my best to keep up with Janoj on the slides.
Good evening, board. My name is Janoj Cotter. I'm social studies TOSA at the secondary level for Eugene schools. For some of us, this is the first time meeting one another, so pleasure to meet you, especially new board members. And let's see if I can also keep up with where Eric's at. It'll be a little bit of a juggle with a couple of screens going here, but I think we're doing okay. I wanted to remark before I jump into this particular slide that I'm joined by my colleague Shanna Davis tonight from Spencer Butte Middle School. Others tried to make it, but the nocturnal hour created barriers for them. Following my short presentation on behalf of the Social Studies Curriculum Adoption Committee, Shanna and I will be available to help respond to your questions and offer perspectives. Moving to the slide that you're currently on. Our process followed the steps laid out in IIAAR, which mentions 5 major phases for the adoption process. By August of 2019, a team representative of each middle school, high school, and high school program was established. This was a year after the state social science standards had significantly changed and several new pieces of legislation affecting social studies had been recently passed. We reviewed all of the Oregon Department of Education's recommended texts. We reviewed additional texts that other districts such as Beaverton and Portland were piloting, and we reviewed other texts that we discovered through our own research. We also identified and reviewed potential texts that could complement a core text for each course in order to address ethnic studies, indigenous studies, and genocide studies. From top ranked items, we generated instructional vehicles, which are curations of appropriate and relevant instructional media. We presented to the Instructional Advisory Committee and Instructional Leadership Team and had most of our recommendations referred to Superintendent Vanderkar, and now we are presenting them to you. Assuming we receive your approval, we have teams ready to sequence recommended materials into course length scopes and sequences with fully developed Canvas modules and unit plans in order to model how the materials can be effectively used. Beginning in August, we will begin professional development for all social studies teachers at the secondary level to grow confidence with the materials, examine the Canvas modules and unit plans, and collaborate on methods for engaging students. Our team was composed of approximately 33 different members with 20 core members. Women and BIPOC staff each respectively constituted approximately 1/3 of those members. We involved the 4J equity tool at multiple points throughout our process. We focus on students as the stakeholders of greatest interest, with special attention to students performing below the all students average you see on this graph from 2019 data. Though IIAAR does not mention getting student perspectives, we have continually solicited information about their perceptions of curriculum and their visions for learning environments that they would be drawn toward and validated within. We reflected on this graph each time we evaluated materials, considering factors that push students from our schools and from course engagement. Our evaluation rubric had the equity tool woven throughout it in regards to student experience of the materials and the extent to which materials could affirm student identity. We assumed that a major cause of disparities between groups' performance in school had to do with how connected students feel to instructional materials. By focusing on materials that we considered or discovered to be most engaging and meaningful for students, we believed we could positively impact attendance, engagement, and performance, as well as student and teacher affect. As previously mentioned, several pieces of legislation also factored into our analysis of what was needed for the present adoption process. SB 13 requires explicit instruction about Indigenous Americans with a major focus on Indigenous peoples of Oregon. SB 513, passed just in 2021, requires that all high school students, beginning with our rising 9th graders, be served with a half-credit standalone civics and government course. SB 664 requires study of genocide and the Holocaust in particular, and instructional alignment with certain learning concepts. HB 2845 required the creation of K-12 ethnic studies standards, and our state's first iteration of these were published just in 2021. Now let's turn to specific materials recommendations for each course that are part of this presentation, beginning with 6th grade. 6th grade standards are broad, but focused geographically on the Western Hemisphere, ranges from Fiji in the Pacific to Ghana in West Africa. National Geographic, which publishes through Cengage, has a rigorous, image-rich, and Oregon-tailored book focused on the Western Hemisphere that does a great job satisfying most of that grade level standards in culturally affirming ways. For the language demands of DLI Spanish settings, a material set provided by Teachers Curriculum Institute is a better fit. To support use of the National Geographic text, class sets of Turtle Island, Before Columbus, and This Book is Anti-Racist will be delivered to each grade 6 social studies teacher. Sugar Changed the World, A Young People's History of the United States, and a young adult version of A Different Mirror will be shared with grade 7 and 8 classrooms. Open educational resources sourced from various books about Indigenous Oregonians and Polynesians will be used to address major gaps in representation that would otherwise persist. The Oregon Jewish Museum and Center for Holocaust Education does a remarkable job of providing additional open resources that surface ethnic studies, Indigenous studies, and genocide studies through a focus on Oregon. 7th grade standards focus on the Eastern Hemisphere. National Geographic has our preferred text for this class, and it's available in English and Spanish. The book takes a historical approach, and it is again image-rich, rigorous, and culturally affirming. Class sets of the Silk Roads, a desk atlas, and a classroom library of texts about Africa support the core text. A class set of Sugar Changed the World will be shared with 6th grade, and National Geographic's Eastern Hemisphere Book of World Cultures and Geography will support geography skills and connections to present issues. Resources focused on Indigenous peoples of Oregon will be used to generate connections between the river valley students live in with historically important river valleys of the Eastern Hemisphere. The Oregon Jewish Museum and Center for Holocaust Education has many exceptional resources for addressing a major topic of this course, the Holocaust of the World War II era. Grade 8 standards focus on issues of the United States from the end of the Revolutionary War to the end of the Reconstruction era. National Geographic has our preferred text for this class too, and it is again available in English and Spanish. Like the grade 7 text, the book takes a historical approach and is again image-rich, rigorous, and culturally affirming. Class sets of What the Eagle Sees, An Atlas of American History, Rise Up, and Stamped support the core text. A Young People's History of the United States and a young adult version of A Different Mirror will be shared with grade 6 classrooms. Teachers will also receive a classroom library about LGBTQIA+ identities and the Constitution. In collaboration with Oregon tribes, there are state-issued lesson plans to address tribal history shared history for grade 8. Adaptations of other texts, open resource materials, and curations from the Oregon Jewish Museum and Center for Holocaust Education round out the instructional vehicle for this grade, which mostly focuses on the United States in the 19th century. Now let's turn to U.S. history in classic, AP, and IB settings. For classic and IB settings, Give Me Liberty and America Through the Lens surfaces the best core text for their culturally affirming depictions of diverse groups, their points of emphasis on women and BIPOC groups and individuals, and their excellent guiding questions. As Give Me Liberty's title suggests, the book focuses on multiple perspectives about equity, equality, liberty, and freedom, always emphasizing the expansion or redefinition of civil rights and civil liberties. America Through the Lens is also excellent. It is the best book available in Spanish. It's organized differently into short, self-explanatory sections, which makes it a better fit for alternative learning settings as well. AP courses are really different than non-AP courses because they follow a very rigid curriculum established by the College Board. As a result, these 3 books are very similar. All of the information is broken into the same sections and categories. In these conditions, teachers find it really important to find a book they connect well with in order to maximize students' confidence as they approach the college credit-bearing test. The committee recommendation is to let each site choose its preferred text from this list, which the instructional leadership team also agrees with. In order to best address the many groups named by Oregon standards and legislation, and because a wider variety of books are appropriate for high school readers, the instructional vehicle for these US courses is quite broad. The reigning idea is for teachers to have a reference library for themselves and a classroom library of 2 copies of 20 different texts. At various points throughout the course, students can consult a book from the classroom library that they have never read before and relate the experiences of different sociodemographic groups mentioned in those books to the more dominant or well-known narratives centered in the core text. In 4J, AP Government is taught at 2 schools. 2021's Senate Bill 513 mandates that all students be served with a minimum of a half credit of civics and government, and this course satisfies that requirement. As a result, we expect that more sections of AP Government are on the horizon wherever international baccalaureate courses are not the norm. An excellent image-filled book with asset-based depictions of diverse groups is available through Bedford, Freeman, and Worth, with a very helpful supplementary text of primary sources. Another strength of this book is that it explains ideologies as continuums, not as binaries. Several texts documenting disparate treatment under the law for different groups and diverse demonstrations of civic agency support the core text. Several of these are books of photography that invite critical visual literacy and perspective taking. AP World History is taught in all classic, which is to say non-IB settings. The course focuses on events following the year 1200. The Earth and Its People, in addition to having a great name, is a really accessible AP World book. It does not commit the error of having too much information or too long of sentences, which is a frequent problem with many AP books. In addition, it has a solid online supplemental material that can be used to differentiate for all student skill sets and maximize student confidence on a college credit-bearing exam. Below the text, collections of primary sources and resource hubs are mentioned. Besides primary sources, teachers will also receive reference texts to help them problematize various dominant narratives about history and better represent women and LGBTQIA+ identities. In addition, each AP World teacher will receive a $2,000 stipend to purchase approximately 40 texts from a committee-vetted list of engaging global nonfiction to house in their classroom or school library for the sake of student projects and stimulating student curiosity. Other courses and language pathways remain to be properly resourced, but tonight we have provided a summary of the recommendations shared by the committee and superintendent so far. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to your questions and feedback.
Sorry, Maya, I was muted.
So I have a couple questions, but I'll just start with one. I know we have a protocol around the process by which we make decisions here, and one is come as an item for information, come as an item for future action, then come as an item for action. I do feel as though what you are, or what's being recommended to us might lend itself to making an exception to that protocol, in the sense that if we are to approve the recommendation as laid forward, this would give you all the opportunity to start ordering books and getting the ball rolling. I'm concerned if we wait until August 8th or whatever our next regularly scheduled meeting is, that's just going to prolong that, that process. And we all know about supply chains and all that fancy stuff that we have no control over. So I would like to put that forward to my fellow board members to consider. I'm not making a motion quite yet, but the other component is we received a really detailed email from you, Janoj, about a supplement to this proposal, not in lieu of the proposal, but in addition to the proposal, that would allow for materials to be purchased and distributed to our 9th grade social studies teachers and our 10th grade IHS teachers. And I don't know if you want to speak to that at all now, or but I would be in favor personally of not only supporting the proposal as recommended by the superintendent, but also the addition of the materials that you outlined, a geography text and a history text, if I'm not mistaken, without looking it up. So that's where I stand now. I'd like us to put some action into this, and I'd like to not have teachers, especially at 9th grade, continuing another day with 20-year-old materials. And 2025 is fast, but it's not soon enough for the fact that that would mean another 3 classes of 9th graders not having access to updated texts, which doesn't feel okay to me.
Kirthi.
I have a couple of questions, but one, I wanted to say, like, I love the thought and care that's gone into the process of picking these. I think that having instruction that is a combination of obviously the text and the stories are the way to bring social studies alive for people. And I think, like, I mean, this is great. So thank you for putting this together. I had a couple of questions. One, I agree with Maya, I wouldn't want to wait 3 years to get these things done. And my question was that, were we to approve these and have these ready, would the idea be that the implementation would be taking place alongside the professional development? So, I mean, essentially the teachers would have access to the materials concurrently to the PD taking place on its usage, or was there something that, I mean, like, just talk me through a little bit on the process.
Yeah, the idea is for us to model over the summer with teacher leaders from each of these courses, model and canvas a sequence of how these materials fit together and the sort of questions and student activities to run with them. So that would get developed over the summer. We have several teams for each grade level established. And so when teachers come back to school in August, they would have those to pour over, as well as the materials just laid out for them to say, you know, this is just a model. What other ideas do you have, or what excites you about these materials? How do you see yourself using them, and as inspired by the standards and legislation?
Thank you.
Gordon.
Thank you. I also have great appreciation for the huge amount of work and thoughtfulness that's gone into this. And I'm excited by the curriculum that have been identified. I have Two questions. One, I think, is maybe similar to what Kirthi just asked, which is, I understand that we want books like the actual curriculum material as soon as possible so that we don't go into another fall where my understanding is some kids are reading in social studies books about how East Germany is part of the Soviet bloc or other things that are way out of date and no curriculum on indigenous studies or ethnic studies or that kind of stuff. But so the procedural question around that is, if this isn't all done, like what are the minimal things we would need to get through in order for you all to feel like we're at the right point to buy the books, even if the PD and some of the other implementation things haven't been figured out? And then my second thing is, you know, what I always think and what I talked about with ELA, which is making sure that there's room for teacher creativity and that we're not, even with great materials, we're not trying to set up something where everybody has to teach the same thing. And just to stress this, I know that people debate whether there's a science of reading, but I know there's no science of social studies, having basically spent my whole life in social studies. And that as long as teachers are addressing the standards, especially including ethnic studies and anti-racism and indigenous studies, that we need to allow teachers to use other materials or to concentrate on particular cases and not require everybody to teach the same thing. I know that you can go, if one teacher has a passion and wants to go very deep into the French Revolution, for instance, you can learn profound things about revolution and counter-revolution, about totalitarianism and political terror and democracy, things that enable you to understand all kinds of things in other places and times in the world more deeply. And the same thing is true, you know, you can learn about colonialism by studying Simón Bolívar and the fight for independence in Latin America, or the liberation movements of former British colonies in East or West Africa or South Asia. But in almost every case, it's more valuable to go deeply into a single part of history or society than to cover more terrain more superficially. So I just want to make sure that when we adopt, this is my second question, is when we adopt this, if we have teachers who are particularly passionate about something or have developed other curricular materials, that as long as they're covering the most important standards, that we're not going to say, no, you can't do that. You need to use this book over here. So those are my two questions.
Thank you. I'll answer the second question first as best I can, and I will invite Shanna to also consider adding her voice, and then I'll ask you to re-clarify the first question because I kind of lost it. But I think that the way that I'm putting it to the teams working on the Canvas modules this summer is that we are trying to provide a solid foundation and put some furniture on that foundation. We're not even trying to design the ceiling or the second floor or the third floor or the roof. The hope is that there are models and methods for using the materials that are really clear to teachers, that here are examples from your peers of some best practices at work. Beyond that, my expectation is that we will continue to work on agreements around priority standards, methods of assessment, rubrics for scoring those assessments, and topics that we want to engage in collaboration on district-wide. For example, the Holocaust at grade 7, that in and of itself will be a multi-year project, figuring out what is our district kind of voice on how we address the Holocaust and how we also inspire students to have hope and a sense of civic agency coming out of their study of the Holocaust. Shanna, what if I can invite you to share what comes up for you when you consider Gordon's question?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning the incredible opportunity for depth in social studies. I really appreciate that. That's something that I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand or don't really appreciate. So thank you for mentioning that. One of the things that I've really enjoyed about this process, and I think the beauty of the process that we went through in the instructional vehicle, is that there are so many different resources that teachers brought. So this was very much a teacher collaborative effort. It wasn't just someone telling us, hey, these are the 10 things that we can choose from, pick 5. It was very much us getting together and talking about the things that we love to teach and the passions that we have and what gets students excited in our own classroom, and then bringing those materials in. So I do think that there's a ton of opportunity for teachers to maybe choose one text that they go more fully into or a topic, and they are able to bring in a lot of those standards.
So I don't want to take up too much time because I know we're not deciding this now. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate that your part, as I understand, a part of your goal in creating the curriculum was to create choice. But I want to make sure whenever we do get to voting, I want to make sure, even so, that the choice is not just limited to the set of materials, even if they're great. And I'll say, as board members, we sometimes have curriculum discussions that start with, what does every 8th grader need to know? I know that in social studies, the answer is nothing. There's no particular set of facts that you need to know. And even teaching something like the Holocaust, which I know from family experience, like if all you did was the Nuremberg laws and said, how do people get used to these things? Or if all you did was the Warsaw Ghetto and say, so I just want to make sure, I think it's great that you're providing these resources and that individual teachers don't have to be in the position of either feeling like they don't have good resources or they have to invent things on their own. And that's fantastic, but I want to make sure we don't limit it to that. So Janoj, I don't know if that means I'm talking about the what kind of material the furniture is covered in, or whether you're allowed to bring a stool instead of a chair, or how to convert it into that language. Go ahead.
Just to respond briefly, I think the hope is that when teachers want to bring additional materials into their classroom, that can be something that can be potentially embraced district-wide, that we could have that be part of a vetted list. And if it is something that's going to be really specific to a teacher's classroom or to a particular site, some of the AR and board language does refer to just how teachers can work with their site administrator to just let them know, oh, I'm doing this alternative to what would normally be done or what's in the model.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, that was a great answer. I mean, I like that flexibility, but then making, communicating with other teachers too, the potential. I just also want to say that the work you've done is very, very impressive. Thank you. I got a whole bunch of stuff to add to my own personal reading list from what you suggested, some books I hadn't seen. So thanks a lot for all the work and all the TOSAs and teachers that participated. So I have one question. I'm curious, so much came forward as an item for future action. And I know I got the letter you wrote as well, Janoj, talking about 9th grade. I was curious why the 9th grade just didn't make, why it was delayed a little bit, what was not quite ready to be approved. I appreciate hearing that before I would move ahead thinking we should approve it, and what it would take. Do we have to wait a year to get it into shape, or could we do whatever needs to happen sooner? So that's my main question. I don't know who wants to take that.
Well, I can jump in on the 9th grade piece. Going through the process of the AR, there are multiple steps that we need to go through. And going back to the original launch that was set forth in 2019, it states in there that there was going to be comprehensive alignment of materials across the district. And that means having similar text taught to integrity, like we've talked about with the elementary piece, across the different areas. When the presentation went through IAC and ILT, there were concerns brought forward in multiple areas that needed to be addressed before we were able to move forward. And so it was a not yet. It wasn't a no, and there was great appreciation for the work, but there was also some clarity that needed to happen. We needed more evidence of things that had happened previously to bring forward, and a better understanding of how much of the core content was going to be taught, how much of the supplemental would be there, what is already set with the scope and sequence due to the core content, and then how does all that bridge and build together, and then what's the plan for teachers if they come in? What do you, besides getting a huge list of books, like how does that all fit together in pieces? And so we did a lot of work from the first ILT meeting where we were given feedback that it was not ready yet, and came back and presented a second time. And we did not put ninth grade on. And that was one of my decisions because the core text was only approximately 30% of the material that would be used across the core area. It didn't fit within the launch, and it didn't fit within the idea of a scope and sequence due to the way that it was laid out with the lack of standards and the lack of continuity, that it appeared like we'd be in the same situation we've been in prior to now, with teachers not having consistent appropriate material to allow students to have consistent outcomes at the end. And so what we wanted to do, and the other piece with ninth grade is, we now have the humanities block, which is brand new. And so teachers are working with their English counterparts and with health and bringing in a lot of different pieces. And so schools were in different places, and feedback we got from teachers and administrators was that ninth grade still needed more work. And I didn't believe it would pass through ILT, and I wasn't comfortable moving it forward. So part of our process with the AR is that we receive feedback. That's part of using the equity lens. Who are we doing this for? Who are our stakeholders? And the ninth grade material has not received input or feedback from parents, from teachers, or from administrators. And so that's an area in which I have delay in moving forward with, because I think that is one of our ARs. It's 2C and it wasn't completed yet. And also thinking about a curriculum and what we mean by a scope and sequence, it still feels as though there's a lot more work to do. So it's not 3 years out. I think that's something that could really help unite the ninth grade team to move forward. The other piece, just to comment on, board policy states recommendations come from the superintendent. The superintendent gets the recommendation from ILT. ILT gets input and recommendations from IAC. The adoption team and TOSAs provide the IAC with information, ILT. So there's checks and balances within our system that's put in place to make sure that we're following the right process, that we're keeping an eye on the equity lens. And we're not trying to keep great materials from teachers or from students, but we do need to make sure that we're following our own processes. That's why we have board policies. That's why we have administrative rules. We don't want to make a mistake and then have an outcome that isn't what we had intended to do. And so that's part of the reason why the ninth grade material is not here. So it's not a no, and it's not a never, and it's not a 3 years out, but I feel like we still have more work to do on that. And so it hasn't even gone through ILT, thus it's not on the agenda tonight.
And just, Eric, to clarify, what's IAC?
That's the Instructional Advisory Committee. That is made up of teachers, parents, board members, community members, and administrators. ILT is also made up of teachers, building administrators, and district leaders. And when the original proposal went through, we did not have the support of any of the unit teachers, admin consistently across. So there was enough concern that we needed to step back. And that's ILT's job. We really want to make sure that we look at things with a critical eye. We're not a rubber stamp. We want to get information and the best product forward. So when we come to the board, you can know with guaranteed and with faith of the process that we've done our due diligence and we followed everything we've needed to follow. So I appreciate ILT having a critical eye, providing us feedback, and also commenting where we missed and made missteps. And so there were 5 areas that we presented to at ILT the second time to go through to segue out all the different areas that we hadn't met prior. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Laurel.
First of all, I'm prepared to vote on what you put before us today. I understand administrative procedure, and I'd like to understand how much different it would be if we were to vote on the extra grades that have been asked for? Is it a vast difference? Is it not? I would also like to say I'm disturbed by the change of curriculum for ECHO and online learning. I find that regularly in this district, we have a less than more than model for some of our kids, and I would like that not to happen. I want them to have access to the full curriculum. If educators want it, I want specifically ECHO. I realize online learning may have more restrictions to it than ECHO, but ECHO is a school, and so I would like that they also to have access to the entire program and not just certain parts of it.
I'll take the first part, then hand over the second part to Janoj on the specificity of the ECHO EOA portion. The first part, what would it mean? Like I had mentioned in the board packet and at the beginning of the presentation, we have 17 English courses. Beyond that, we have French, Japanese, Chinese that will be building out over time. So we have a lot of courses coming our way. Tonight, we presented 8. If we were to look at the 9th grade curriculum, that would be the 9th curriculum out of, you know, a lot of courses that are coming our way. There's a lot of work to be done. So we'll be back again, and I can't put a timestamp on how long that would take, whether it be mid-year, end of year, beginning of year, but that would be the piece around the 9th grade.
Is it possible, Eric, that this could roll into it though? Like if we ordered more, it could be part of it? Am I understanding that correctly?
Could it be part of it? Yes. My concern would be not following the policy. I believe policies are put forward for a reason. And one of the pieces that wasn't done, that's part of the equity lens, is involving stakeholders, and we didn't do that. And so that's where I have strong hesitancy toward moving forward, in addition to setting a precedent that we don't follow policy if they move that out to other areas across our district. Because we have a lot of board policies, we have a lot of administrative rules, and we want to make sure that if we want to make that change, that we have a great discussion about it. We use the equity lens, we talk about what those changes would be and why, but I would have great concern to move away from the board policy, and this would be a pretty dramatic turn to take a recommendation from
is this board policy or admin policy?
It's the administrative rule to follow board policy, and board policy states that all of us follow the administrative rule. So it is board policy. It's board policy saying administrative rules.
Wow.
Yeah.
So us being the board, it sounds like the answer I want to know is around, is it helpful to our educators to have this available, and can we still follow policy but have this available ready to go? I think we can make educated guess if we're choosing this for a ton of other people, that this is going to be something that we use. Definitely want to follow policy. I'm a recovering bureaucrat, I get it, but I'm also wanting to make sure I think there's a way we can do this a little bit like a hybrid version, where we're like, okay, if we've decided this for so many other people, I think, and we probably will be decided for this, I think we can make an educated guess around it. And it doesn't mean we have to apply it right away, but when it's applied and the decisions have been made, and I'm respecting, you have parameters you have to follow for your job. That's just a given, has to happen that way, else you can get in trouble. But reality is, as the board, if we say, hey, we'd like you to go ahead and order this because we think this is going to be something we're going to want to use because we already just bought it for like a ton of other people, can that happen? And will it take a ton of planning to make that happen?
Justin, did you have your hand up to tackle this one, or do you want me to answer? Because I saw you put your hand up.
Hi, my name is Justin Huntley. I'm a curriculum administrator and I work for Eric and have worked with this team. My concern with moving forward with the 9th grade, based on the fact that we're buying a textbook, which aren't cheap, and that we're only going to be using 30% of that textbook to cover the class, and that teachers are still going to be creating that curriculum with additional resources. So I think it would be prudent to do some additional work to buy or find a text that covers more of the core standards that we want to teach than simply buy something to get it into the hands of people.
So how, and this may not be an answer you guys can give, we're trying to change the culture a bit, like Gordon talked about this, where we really want to empower our amazing educators to use. Like I went to school here. I remember my teachers being excited about something and creating this curriculum and bringing it to us. How do we do that but you're still following guidelines that were made in the last 20 years that were made to narrow that? And we want to change that narrowing and make it, and we're hoping to invite educators to stay and remember some of that passion around teaching and why it's exciting to be here. How do we do that? Because the thing that's missing from this is, yes, I hear the policy procedure and all that, and I understand the reasons and why we have some of these in place, but I think some of them are in place to get everybody on the same railroad track, and everybody's going this way and that's it. And we're trying to say there may be more tracks.
I'll go real quick and then turn it over to Shanna because she's much more the expert. However, as a former social studies teacher, and we all loved those upper level history classes where we got to do a deep dive into a single subject. I don't know that anybody that went through a social studies program fell in love with their 100 class sequence and thought that was the best thing that they'd ever gone through. But at the same time, it builds a foundation, and we want to make sure that people are getting a similar set of standards at each grade level, that they necessarily build on, but that we don't cover twice. To Gordon's point, where if a teacher loves the French Revolution and does a great job, it's not that you can't do a bird walk and do some deep dive into that, but if they get the French Revolution 3 years in a row at 3 different grade levels, that then becomes a problem. So Shanna, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for saying that, Laurel. When I started teaching 8th grade US history 6-7 years ago, that was right at the beginning of when we were talking about starting SB 13, which was about specifically teaching Indigenous history and tribal history within our curriculums. And there was nothing. So when I started out, all of that was coming from individual teachers spending weekends and evenings working together to gather this stuff up. So if you look at my curriculum, right now I have a TCI textbook that has just macro and microaggressions all over the place. I use it hardly ever. And when I do use it, it's mostly to talk about how textbooks are inherently racist. And so much of what I have done has been created within teacher teams. So while we absolutely want teachers to be able to bring in things, and honestly, we're a non-tested subject matter right now, so we absolutely have the ability to do that. It's also, I don't think it's okay to have a new teacher come in and expect them to make a curriculum on their own. And so one of the things about the instructional vehicle is that there are so many different resources at so many levels. And most history teachers and social studies teachers, we do it because we have a passion and we love it. And so it invites us to collaborate and share and create new things. I am one of the people that is doing the 8th grade Canvas course, or at least starting on doing it. And I don't think my intention is definitely not ever to tell a teacher what to teach, but if you're walking into a classroom, you got hired 2 days before the school year started, or you're a long-term sub, walking in and having nothing is absolutely unacceptable to me as an educator. So having something there, and then letting a teacher's passion lead them within what our content standards are. And social studies is very different than a lot of the other contents, because a lot of the other contents, like I'm thinking about ELA, it's very skills based. And while we do have skills, most of our content is focused within a timeline as well. So it's not as if I, as an 8th grade US history teacher, I'm not going to ever be talking about the French Revolution, because that's not anything that would ever be in my wheelhouse. Or even as an 8th grade US history teacher, I'm not going to talk about the Vietnam War necessarily. I might bring in components of that to, make some correlations, but that's not part of my content standards.
I just don't want to forget the other part of my question.
Is the other part referring to EOA and ECHO? So ECHO tends to really follow student interests and engage students in projects. And so having a book like America Through the Lens, where students could go through the index or table of contents and look for topics of interest and then be able to dive into those. The way that that's laid out, that functions really well with how that program is put together. And similarly with EOA, my understanding from conversations with those teachers is that sometimes students will do a whole bunch of work and then 1 or 2 weeks later come back and do another spell of work. And so having a book that has these kind of self-explanatory sections instead of long chapter-based narratives that are really best put together when there's a teacher there in the room to day-to-day stitch it together for students. It made more sense for America Through the Lens for those other settings. It's not in any way an inferior book. It's more custom suited to those contexts.
Will they have access to the other materials?
They certainly could.
And how would they know that? They know that there's a general curriculum that they can use if they need to.
Yeah, they'll have the full. So again, there's this concept of instructional materials, instructional vehicles, which are these really wide lists that are just available to teachers to be able to pull from. We don't know what the cost would be per classroom. In terms of what teachers would want off of those lists beyond what they are initially provided. But yes, teachers would have access to these instructional vehicle lists, these curations, and be able to pull in from them. And so, yes, there would be continued agency for those teachers in those contexts of EOA and ECHO.
Okay, and do we need to add that to our vote? And that's probably not for you, Janelle.
It's embedded within.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Maya.
So hearing the explanation of the AR and the policy, it kind of felt a little like what came first, chicken or the egg. And I can't help but wonder when the last time those were revised or revisited, whether that came before or after the legislative decision in 2018, and if that policy and AR might be impeding the important work that we need to get done to make sure that we move forward. And that's just a thought for us when we consider looking at policy and related ARs. For the moment, though, I kind of want to go back and I didn't quite ask it so straightforwardly. So I'm gonna put you on the spot if that's okay, Janoj. I would love to hear what the committee's recommendation is, and related to that, why does the committee feel like they've done enough work? I'm curious where the discrepancy in recommendations is, and mostly I want to hear, I assume the committee is largely formed of teachers, if not exclusively, with the addition of TOSAs. who I also count as teachers, just no longer practicing classroom teachers, to clarify.
Yes, indeed. Excellent teachers. May I share screen to explain the recommendations?
I'm good with that. Do you have the?
Okay. I think I have the power. Yes. So the idea here is that grade 9 global studies can be taught in almost infinite different ways, given the nature of the source material, global studies. For the past several decades, each site and program has curated materials and emphases, and there has not been a lot of opportunity, as you might imagine. The last few years, we haven't been able to pull subs. We haven't been able to engage in as much district-wide dialogue as we'd like. So what we have arrived at is the Choices program as our favorite curriculum across all of 9th grade in the district. The Choices program, though, would cover a portion of what teachers would be committed to teaching to, not their full curriculum. So that's some of the rub. What we are working on district-wide are peer-reviewed themes, essential questions, priority standards, assessment modalities, assessment templates, and rubrics. And we consider that really by and large to be the curriculum. We are also ready, if we were to get these materials approved, model how they could be used over the course of a year-long instruction. And you'll see that in this Choices program, where it delineates between geography units and history units, they are often, listed in more than one place, because global studies is going to have both. History and geography are interdependent. The idea would be that each site would be encouraged to select either the world history text that you see in the top left of the book covers, or the geography text to its right. However, there are so many amazing materials available for free online, including full-length grade-appropriate textbooks, that we don't want to recommend a common global text for all high schools at this time. Grade 9 class, each school's grade 9 program, and IHS's as well, needs to document how they're aligning with new standards and legislation, and our internal agreements around rubrics, assessments, themes, and so forth. But the committee is comfortable deferring to teachers' professional judgment on content within the scope of vetted texts and repositories of resources. Similarly to AP World, the idea would be that each 9th grade teacher would be given a $2,000 stipend to be able to purchase from a vetted list for their classroom library or for their school's library for student projects. We do have several core units and core themes that are shared across the district that we could continue on modeling how the resources are getting used to match. And we do have our priority standards and our core learning outcomes for students identified. So to us, that's a sufficient curriculum package. And to the extent that we have not been able to get administrator or get wide administrator, teacher, and parent feedback on those curations, that has had to do with administrative decisions to not share those.
Well, yeah, that is partially correct, but we've also had years to get that out, and we haven't done so. And I'd like to point out that it actually kind of proves the point of the work that needs to be done, that we've done a ton of work. Like Janoj and the team has done some really nice curating of resources, but it also states that we're not there yet. We don't have enough buy-in amongst the 4 schools to be prepared to have any sort of consistent outcome or understanding of what's going to be taught, who's going to resource what, and move forward. We're close, we're there, and I think it can come along. But the whole point around the 30% versus a 70%, in those other areas, that was critical for instructional leadership team, which are teachers, administrators, and and district officials that we need to have more consistency. That goes back to the board launch at the very beginning about the comprehensive plan across the regions. We want to be able to support teachers. We did receive feedback from teachers saying, we don't know what we're getting. There's too much there. And so that's the part where there can be more collaboration. And with that collaboration, we're going to get a better product. And so hearing from building principals that have been working with their 9th grade teams, they're not feeling like we're there yet. We're not building toward a guaranteed and viable curriculum, which we've talked about the last couple of years in our summer programs. What are those standards that we're trying to achieve? Those weren't priority standards. There's almost all the standards. We need to break that down into a more cohesive plan that teachers can anchor to, understand, and make sure that we're having consistent experiences for our kids across our district. I don't see that in what was presented, and I don't mean to be super critical about that, but I'm defending the reason why the 9th grade material didn't go forward. Thus, it has not passed through the ARs, and we need to stick to policy. Like, that's just, I worry about future adoptions when the whole purpose of coming into the adoption process with the elementary language arts adoption, which passed through IAC and ILT, the elementary health adoption, which passed through ILT, is making sure that we have a consistent process that the community can trust, our staff can trust, everyone can see and understand, plenty of evidence, very documented. And the 9th grade just isn't there yet. You know, ILT is approved for other pieces of the work. And I think that we need to be patient. And we do want to get our teachers resources, and that work can happen over summer. And we could come back sooner than later, but I feel like we need to get further along before that happens. Thanks.
Eric, can you explain to us who are the members of ILT? I'm curious to hear that. And I'm also curious to hear, what does buy-in from the buildings look like? And why is that so different from what the teachers who have been working on this for years, it sounds like they're hoping for?
Sure. And so ILT has, ILT has 3 teachers on it, 3 building administrators, and district staff. The team is comprised to look at major initiatives across the district and to provide feedback. And so when the elementary language arts adoption went through, they reviewed materials, gave feedback, passed the recommendation on to the superintendent. Same for health, which you approved tonight through the consent agenda. So that's their job, is to take a real critical eye about major initiatives in the district and provide feedback. Same with like the grade level math sequencing, et cetera. So these are folks that have a strong eye for instruction, strong eye for the department. When we think about buy-in across buildings, what didn't happen is we haven't heard from all teachers, and part of that's because we haven't surveyed all teachers, but we did hear back from 2 high school principals who felt as though their teams were not ready and this project was not ready to move forward. And I take that very seriously when they're telling me that buildings aren't ready to move forward with that. So that came into consideration, and looking at the board policy, the board initial launch around, you know, having the alignment across the 4 regions. We don't want students getting wildly different things in the 4 regions when we go through our programs. It doesn't have to be the same. It doesn't have to be lockstep, but we should have more consistency than what is being produced from this. So I have a great worry that if we were to purchase this, the collaboration would actually decrease, not increase. Like, this is an opportunity for our 9th grade team to have more cohesion, come together more, and have an end at sight saying, hey, you know what, like, we've got the opportunity here. Let's get our standards in front of us. Let's think about the materials. How are we going to do this? What does that mean? To me, I see it as a building opportunity for a better product in the end versus what we're doing now.
Okay, so that actually leaves me with more concerns, to be honest. So it sounds like 2 principals out of 6 high schools, if we're including ECHO and EOA, and then, which is only a third of our principals, and we're assuming that they're accurately representing their teachers, which I for sure hope is the case. But I'm also I'm concerned with hearing that the materials that they have in place are filled with micro and macro aggressions, and I'm not sure that the impact of continuing to use not just outdated, but really harmful materials makes me more comfortable than the idea that we have to stay on top of this team to continue to collaborate. So those are a few of the things that are coming to mind. I'm also, just to clarify, the team that you described is 3 teachers, some building or some central admin, and then you said district staff. Is that the same collection of people who did the math, who did the health, who did the language arts? So we have, you know, not necessarily a hyper-focused collection of people who are experts in language arts or math or health or social studies. It's just a broad group who understand instruction, but not necessarily materials. Is that, I mean, not materials, but subject matter? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we have secondary elementary representation, special education representation with the teachers and EEA representation on there through folks that are have been selected. And then we have building, elementary, middle, and high school building principals. And then, of course, you know, level directors and assistant superintendent, et cetera. So you have a pretty well-rounded group of folks who've been doing this for quite a while that understand, and that's our focus, that's our drive, that's how we're composed to work. And with the IAC, which is similar, of having, you know, more teachers, more community members, and et cetera coming through, offered feedback as well. So, you know, again, do we want teachers using outdated materials? No, I would sure hope that teachers aren't using blatantly known racist material. I mean, that doesn't fit with anything we believe in, or the ODE or the state of Oregon. So my assumption would be that folks are not putting in known racist materials to folks. And we, like I stated, we have so many more adoptions to go through with social studies. This is 8 of, you know, a 20,
Right.
you know, and we've got so many more. We're talking about 1, and we're also talking about this idea of completely shifting the makeup of how we do adoptions. And there's been concerns, I don't think I finished my statement from earlier, but there's concerns about how our district has done adoptions, a small group of people in a closed system making decisions for the mass. And this feels like, to me, a bit more exclusive, a bit more closed, because it's only adoption team that's making that recommendation. It's not teachers from ILT and across the spectrum getting feedback from teachers across, you know, all the buildings and seeing responses. So to me, I feel like we're moving faster than we should, and it could be detrimental to the process moving forward. If the district wants to make a change and not have IAC and not have community representation in buildings, if we don't want to have ILT go through, like that's up to you to make board policy and change. But I think if we want to have stakeholder involvement, which I think is so important in our process for adopting materials, that we follow the policy set forth, we step back, adopt, you adopt for the 8s, and then we continue to work on 9th grade and so on. So.
No, I appreciate the collaboration and the breadth of voices involved. I am concerned and do think it's worth looking into when we're considering middle and high school, which require you to have licenses in specific subjects. You know, like Shanna can't decide tomorrow that she's going to be a math teacher unless she has that license in place. So I do think it's worth really thinking deeply about who we're asking to approve these things, and making sure that representation isn't a formality. And I'm worried that it might be a formality if we're not having the folks who are experts in the subjects being in charge of pushing things through, or else holding things up.
Well, I think in this case, it was more around the administrative rules of what is a curriculum, what's an instructional materials adoption, when something wasn't completed that was, you know, 2C within that, you know, their response is supposed to be no, not yet, that you need to go back and fix that. And so that sort of feedback is what the purpose is. It's not that they're necessarily experts within social studies or reading or whatnot, but, you know, are we going through and making the best choices following board policy and adoption? We count on our adoption team to bring forward the best product possible. And so when we look at you know, the middle school after the first round, and we really dug in and said, okay, you know, we do have core content covered. We do have lessons. There is a scope. Like there were some pieces that were missing that were just kind of, not as articulated and pointed as maybe could have been. We didn't distill down enough. And when we're able to do that, they're like, oh, we see it, we got it. It's not that they're experts in social studies, but they could see what a teacher would receive, how they would receive it, what materials would they get, and we're able to move forward. So I don't think the team needs to have necessarily social studies expertise. We count on our TOSAs and our teachers for that part. It's a different purpose for there, but if we don't follow the policy, I'm not sure how, then what's the purpose of the group?
I just have one
question. Maya, Kirthi and Gordon have been waiting to speak. Do you think we could?
Okay, can I just ask one more question? I think that other people have had a chance to ask quite a few. I think it's only fair considering the number of years of work that have gone into this. So I'm just curious.
We'll come back around for sure. Yeah. Kirthi.
Go ahead, Maya. Like, we're cool. Okay. Finish your question.
Thank you, Kirthi. I'm just curious why it was caught at such a late date. Why did the committee think that they were rolling along and suddenly we hear otherwise? And why wasn't that caught earlier by the collection of experts?
Yep. Well, I'll take responsibility for that. As the curriculum director, I've met with Janoj and we've had conversations, and you guys saw the green blue document that we put together for language arts and for health. And we had everything detailed out, and Janoj had been working on that and we missed it. I missed it. And I have to, that's my responsibility in the position that I'm in to make sure I'm always double checking, triple checking. But we missed 2C, and that's something that we'd have to go back and realize. The presentations that came forward, the materials were there. Like I got a lot of comments about transparency was there, clarity was not. We didn't know what was given to us. There was a lack of defined and distilled evidence of, and so that's what the big difference between the first ILT and the second ILT was, that work to distill down and to pull out and tease out what exactly is needed for the team, which is ILT, and how they interpret the AR of what's needed and what is a curriculum and what's an adoption process going through. The other groups were able to provide that level of detail the first time. This took us 2 times to be able to do, and we were able to do it for 8 out of the 9 courses, and we will get there with the 9th. I've got no doubt, but I just hate to shift how we do everything for a sense of urgency that we have still 20 other subjects we're going to be working on and moving forward with. Like we can get this done.
Kirthi.
Just immediately that puts to me, like, I want to know timelines. Like, I mean, I think that to a certain extent, I think Justin, you said whoever sent it, which is like, who knows their foundational teachers? I still do. And I think the key part of that is foundational. Like we're talking about 9th grade, which is then setting up your stage for the AP government and the IP and everything else on there. That's your first year in high school. You're going to go from having this great instructional, state-of-the-art, cutting edge, choice-based thing for middle school, and then you're going to have a gap of going back to 20-year materials with all these key pieces of it, and then jump into a 10th grade. I mean, it doesn't instructionally make sense to me. That's one thing. I do agree that there needs to be a process, Eric, so I am fully on board with the process. I'm curious on what is left in those processes. What is the time frame in order for us to be able to get this? I also think to a certain extent, there is, like, I have questions and this may come in if we're going to be, I think if we go to Bailey Hill, whatever it is, maybe this isn't the time to ask those questions, but I do have questions on what it means to be alignment across the district. I think Janoj just, talked to us about thematic goals, and I think there's a difference between standards and prescriptive curriculum. I think we've all had that conversation multiple times, but like we are talking about social studies, which by nature is the study of a society, which is not standard by any stretch. So having a standard set of materials, I think, is different from having a prescribed thing. And I think, Justin, you're the one who mentioned, like, if they're only using 30%, frankly, if we have master teachers who are only using like 10% of the materials or 5%, that to me is a moot point. if they're teaching to the themes and they know their subject matter, and like how you would even gauge that is something that like, I mean, is I think taking more time away from actual instruction or doing the work of a teacher, frankly. And that's my opinion on those things. I'm curious about what that alignment looks like across district, like if it is thematically focused, what those pieces are. But I think at the very least, I'm with Laurel, I'm ready to approve this like today to a certain extent for all those schools, like Echo and everything on there. I do want to know what the key components are and within some timeframes, because like I don't think ninth grade is a throwaway year. And if it was something that like got delayed for whatever reasons, like if there's particular things that we do have to check box for those process, you know, I mean, I'm cool with that. I do think like we need to have stakeholder involvement in it. That's a key component of being a school district with multiple constituents and meeting the needs of multiple things on those. But I'm curious on what's left, what would be required. My other concern is in the time frame is that if we're like range wise, like 75 to 90% sure that this is at least a piece of it's going to be adopted, or this is going to come in at some point between this and the next year on here, like we are running into like issues of supply chain and sourcing on those things. So like I would want to know what that means for us in terms of budget or doing all the rest of it, and what that leaves for us for next year, or like how early we'd have to adopt these kinds of things. Like I don't know who answers those questions, but those are right now my key things. One, timeframes, what's left on that process? Like how soon do we think we can get those? Maybe we can table the one in alignments and all those key pieces on it right now, and we can have a further question on that. But mostly I'm curious about what that means in terms of our ordering process, what that means in terms of getting these things in the hands of teachers to start off in. And actually, I'm going to add one more thing to that. Shanna, you're the one who brought it up, which is an entire agreement with you. Like the last time I did social studies teacher training was probably 20 years ago. And it was for a bunch of new teachers who were largely cheerleading coaches and were brought into classroom because they needed to be required to teach social studies. And it was not an encouraging experience on there. So having like, I mean, I love the choice and these things on there and having the multiple, and I'm from what I'm understanding, what you're saying is if they are new teachers, there's enough supports in there that they could take on an instructional vehicle, right? And like if they needed to just have it from beginning to end, outline a year for them, at least just the starting process, you think that there's enough there for getting them through that?
Yeah, that's what we're working on. We're doing a lot of work over the summer, and our goal right now, and this was prior to the curriculum adoption kind of being backtracked, sorry, my dog, being kind of put on hold, was our goal was to have a really solid trimester 1. And then as we started the school year, the group continuing so we could have trimester 2 and trimester 3 together as well.
Okay.
So as far as timeline, there's two pieces that I think need to happen. One, we need more of an agreement amongst and evidence of like what's presented in front of us, because we haven't seen it at ILT, and it, to my knowledge, I wasn't aware of. And maybe it's there now, and Janelle has been able to work through that. But what is it that all the teachers in ninth grade have agreed upon, and through conversations up to that time, was that they hadn't. That there would be a lot of choice and there would be a lot of vetted materials, but there wasn't a built scope and sequence. And so what ILT needs to see, and the feedback that we received, was we want to see what is the foundational component, like they've talked about. What's that floor? What are the chairs? What do teachers have that they come into? And that wasn't available or provided. And so that's something that needs to happen. ILT needs to reconvene, see what is the scope and sequence for ninth grade. What are teachers agreeing to use? What are the common standards that no matter what region you're in, you're going to come out and have some of these, similar skill sets, et cetera. And we've talked about, it doesn't have to be lockstep, doesn't have to be the exact same. Just like with AP US, we talked about 3 different complete textbooks, but there's a rationale behind that and why. And so what is that and how do we build it out? So I think that's one piece that needs to happen before I'm comfortable as a curriculum director to approve it. But it's not my decision, that's your decision. But just from my perspective and how I would vote would be a no if I were on ILT for ninth grade right now, based on what I've seen and what I know. The second piece around that is we do need to, once we have that and we have it flushed out, then to be able to get feedback from teachers and administrators to see where are they and are they going to use it. And it's not going to be 100%. We don't expect 100%. When we got feedback from our teachers, when we sent out the 6, 7, 8 and the AP courses, a couple of teachers said, I'll never use what you buy me. And so part of that is there, and we're going to accept that in our feedback. We're not looking for 100%, but we should see momentum and strengths and more cohesion. And just from what we've heard through the IAC process and the ILT process is that we're not there yet. And so that gives me great pause, along with the fact that we didn't follow policy, which is another.
I get the policy piece of it, but even with like the teachers and on the component of like, how would they, what is the current process for showing they are meeting those thematic or standard requirements? How would that even, I'm curious, like, what is, like, don't they have to justify their things every year in any case?
Right now, like just in any high school that you walk into, departments work together and they think about what are the standards and they work toward them. It's been pretty teacher dependent. And that's part of why this process has been hard and why, it's taken a couple years to really work through this, is that teachers have settled into what they've taught and they believe in what they've taught and they've curated those materials and they have them. And so then saying, hey, the district's coming in and we're going to now try to be closer together on what we're doing is hard because people identify with what they teach, and so trying to find that unity can be difficult, but it feels as though from a lot of the work that's been done in some of those other subject areas, 6th, 7th, and 8th, that there is a stronger passion there to be more united around a common text and how to use that. And Shauna, sorry, I said your name wrong, helping support with the Camas development over summer was huge for ILT to make an agreement to move forward, because we couldn't see what that scope and sequence would be and how it's going to be scoped out. So, having the commitment from a team of teachers is helpful in that regard in those other areas. So it's a big step forward for 4J.
Gordon.
Thanks. I had a couple thoughts, but I also, if we can, I would like to hear from Janoj, because we've had a lot of comments and I don't know, unless it's something unrelated, but if you had something to comment on the points that have been being raised, I'd like to hear that, and then I'll ask my questions.
Thanks. There were 3 kind of lead bullet points going through my head that I thought I would address. In terms of stakeholder voice, the committee and the 9th grade team are very open and very much want stakeholder voice. A process was put in place to get stakeholder voice on all of the recommendations that were presented to you this evening, except for 9 and 10, because there had been this feedback from IAC and ILT that grade 9 was not ready, even after attempts at clarifying what we were saying, because it wasn't unified enough of a vision, and continues, as you hear, not to be. From the committee's perspective, it is, and that's what I'm here tonight trying to represent, is the committee's perspective, and especially that of the 9th grade team. There were different concerns coming up about the nature of the policy, and from the committee's perspective, yes, it seems like there is gatekeeping at different stages, such that if teachers arrive at recommendations, those recommendations may not get to the board because of intermediary steps, and whether or not those are healthy and functional in their present form or not is I'm not sure, but it does keep teacher voice from getting directly to the board on topics like this. Third, from the committee's perspective, time is really of the essence. These books are already about 6 years old. In just a couple more years, we'll already be at new material recommendations coming down from Oregon Department of Education. And so if we don't adopt books that we have chosen now or in the very short term, teachers are going to probably want to pause and wait to look at what the new books in 2025 are going to be, as opposed to selecting from books that are, aging to 6, 7 years old. And again, going into a 5th year since the 2018 standards were passed and those pieces of legislation were passed, without any materials that are in alignment with those, despite having gone through a vetting and piloting process, is just a kind of a dangerous situation.
Gordon, are you still asking questions?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I guess where I'm at is, first of all, I appreciate all the work and the seriousness that's gone into, and part of that, Eric, is the seriousness that you've brought to making sure we get the kind of input and vetting that we really require. And I know that we as the board have said, here's how you have to do your job and run this process. And now we're coming along and say, why are you doing that? So I understand that we've put you in a kind of weird and untenable position. But in the big picture, I'm trying to, it feels like there are different competing things to balance, and I'm trying to figure out how to balance that in a way that's like, what we all say is what's best for students. And so in terms of the process, if there are really substantive procedural things that are missing, those are the things that I want to pay attention to. I don't want to adhere to process just for its own sake, even though I know that we have forced that on the whole team there. So to me, I'm trying to think, in balancing on the one hand, getting appropriate materials to teachers and students on time, meaning for the coming school year, versus going through additional procedural steps. So far, I feel like I'm coming down on the side of believing it makes sense to move forward with authorizing purchase of this. My questions are, one is like, what's the latest we could purchase materials and have them be available for the fall? And two, when principals have say they're not ready to go, does that mean they're not sure the materials are right, or just it'll take more time to do, the PD and implementation and stuff like that? Because if it's some version of the latter, I would still go ahead with purchasing things. And just in terms of, I guess, alignment, I may be misunderstanding that, but as I understand alignment, it's not something I would hold things up on. Like, with respect, I know there are people like Kirthi who really loved the 100 level survey courses, but I think a really rich set of materials that teachers can choose from seems like exactly what we want. And I know that
I had great teachers.
Okay, sorry. I know anecdotally it happens sometimes. The kids get taught the same material 3 years in a row, but I think the danger of that happening is much, much less than the danger of social studies being taught in a stilted, oppressive, or boring way that not only kids don't learn something, but they conclude that history is boring and they don't want to, they try to minimize social studies. So I'd like to hear the answer to those questions. And if somebody says, look, here's things we need to do, and we just need 3 more weeks to do them, and then we'll still be in time to purchase curriculum for the coming school year, I would say, great, or at least that sounds great to me. But otherwise, in balancing these things, it feels like I come down on the side of thinking we should go ahead on this. Thanks.
Yeah, but to address the concerns as I understand them would mean bringing the 9th grade team together and having some facilitated conversations around the district goals around having consistent or similar outcomes for students no matter what school you're in, and to work together so teachers can collaborate across the district. I'm here tonight to celebrate the 8 that we passed through, and the phenomenal work that was done to be able to get there. We do have this other one that we've spent most of our time on, which is I hope not painting a negative light on the process itself, because I'm super excited around those. I do my job because I want to get great materials in the hands of kids, and I'm pro for that, and I'm excited for the materials that Janot showed on that slide that are possibilities to move forward with. But I also want to do my job right, and I am bound to the current board policy, the requirements that are there. I take them to heart. I try to do the job the best as I can. And like you had said, this is a predicament that I'm in, because I do want to support teachers and I do want to support kids, but I honestly don't feel like we're there yet. I think it's a mistake. We have we have felt the price of not doing adoptions right. And if we lose teachers by pushing this through, because our intent may be, look, let's get those great materials out. They use them, they don't, they don't. That is a cause of concern for me. It's a cause of concern for the district. It's a cause of concern for all future adoptions. What's going to stop us from our next adoption to have another team come forward and say, well, I want this. I'm not going to follow the process or the policy. And so as written right now, I would love for us to stick to the policy, and nothing against the curriculum, the slides, everything that's come forward. I just think we need more time to do it right. And I want to be able to stand behind my work and our work, not my work, our work. Thanks.
And is that, I think I understood this, that the process that remains to go through is not something that could be done on a time period where we could still purchase things for the coming year. It's a longer time.
Well, there may be more information that I don't have access to at this point, that maybe after this meeting that Janoj can share with considerations from the committee and from other schools. But my understanding of where we are right now, it's important to bring the 9th grade together. And one of the benefits of next year with the PD calendars, we'll have that opportunity. We have the 2 additional days for the back to school time to bring content together. And we also have Fridays to every 4th Friday for content at secondary, where we can pull teams together to have those considerations and conversations. But I believe in collaboration and bringing people together and having those conversations and having a common understanding of why we're trying to achieve what we're trying to achieve. It doesn't feel to me or appear to me or have evidence to me that there's a common understanding at 9th grade of what we're trying to achieve and what folks are willing to come together to do across the district. There might be with the 9th grade team on the adoption team, but not across the district as a whole. And so that's a concern for me.
May I clarify a point in response to board member Lafer's point?
Please.
I think if we don't have the opportunity to order for 9th grade at the same time that we're ordering for everything else, it will definitely not come in time for the fall. And what I propose to the board is that as we approach the 2025 instructional materials review coming down from ODE, that between now and then, we really work on stitching together what this common unified grade 9 experience for all students is going to be in 6 different languages. And until then, we continue the tradition of site control of the materials, but from vetted lists. We have not historically done it from vetted lists. We've just had teachers pulling from what they have found and what they have collaborated on. And this would be a process that would be in service to continuing to have site-based decision-making around materials, but in 2025, also being able to come out with our robust, clarified vision. I think there will not be sufficient time to really coordinate these efforts over the course of the next year, that a year from now, we would be ready to say, here's the one book that now we do agree on. I think it will take quite a while for us to suss out what do we see as that 9th grade experience that we can all agree on at a level that really prioritizes common content, if that is part of what the board or 4J administrative team wants to see as part of that.
Michelle.
In the interest of minimizing harm, I move to adopt the curriculum with the addition of the committee's recommendations for 9th and 10th grade materials.
We've had, okay. So we're cutting off the can we vote to, all right, let's say, do we have a second? Okay, Laurel. So it's been moved. So I thought the only one that was not, that you're adding is 9th grade.
10th grade IHS would adopt from the same instructional vehicle, from the same course set. What we have in IHS is a 9th grade global studies experience and a grade 10 world history experience. Outside of IHS, grade 9 is a mashup of geography and history. IHS delineates them, whereas the rest of grade 9 teaches them concurrently.
Okay, so it's been moved by Michelle and seconded by Laurel. Alicia, you're in the queue to speak.
So I appreciate the conversation. I think I have a little post-traumatic stress because I lived through a math adoption that didn't go through any process, and the fallout was huge. And so I just want to make sure, because I'm still trying to track what's going on. So is the motion then going away from, we're putting 9th grade in, so it's going away from the policy and the process that we have put forward, or that we're just doing the 9th grade? That so if somebody could explain that, because I can't, I go with that. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I could never support moving something forward as a board that our teachers and our administrators haven't agreed on. I would rather have us find a compromise and ask that Eric work with his team to find a compromise, so we aren't using the old books and we aren't. Anyway, I just need that clarification. I apologize, it's late, and I want verification on that. So I think that's my question is to Eric. Then is this motion going away from our policy and the procedure that we have set forward, and is actually forcing something on people that say they're not ready? That's my interpretation. Nobody needs to.
It has not followed the policy. The policy is the adoption team makes a recommendation to IAC. IAC gives input to ILT. ILT makes a recommendation to the superintendent, and the superintendent alone makes a recommendation to the school board for adoption. So this completely doesn't fall within our guidelines or past precedent. So it opens up future adoptions in a very different way.
Right. And I just want to say, I took pride in the fact that we recognized the mistake we had made as a board, that the issue actually caused a lot of harm for our superintendent. And so I would like us to consider if there is a compromise that doesn't totally throw out this policy and this process that we put in place to be inclusive and transparent, but that allows us to get to what we need. So if that's letting you work over the summer and coming back for that first meeting, somehow getting the voices that need to be there. Thanks.
Laurel.
I was going to just call the question, but first I have to say, this is completely different than approving a math curriculum that parents and educators absolutely opposed completely, and the board overruled it. So not the same. So please don't think of it as the same. Second,
Laurel, not even close to true.
Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
If you
point of order, Judy, do your job.
Wait a second. Everybody was talking over everyone.
Is it my turn to talk? I think it's my turn to talk.
Then I'm going to give Alicia a chance to rebut.
Of course you would, Judy.
Go for it.
It's more important to hear Alicia than me.
No, it's not. It's important.
Then let me finish talking.
Okay, finish talking, then we'll understand what.
Okay. So the important thing here is that this has been vetted. What I heard when I heard Shauna say there's microaggressions and all these things, that I am in a district, which I mentioned in my statements, does not see the problems and the hazards of the microaggressions and racism and all these things that are apparently are in this curriculum we're currently using. It is important to remove it. This has been vetted. This has been looked at, this new stuff. People are excited about it. A lot of people have seen it. what we are doing is what bureaucrats do, is following bureaucracy for bureaucratic sake, instead of for the students or the educators or the people. People get very confused and think their only job is to follow the bureaucracy and not the people. Bureaucracy is made for the people. It's made for us. It's a vehicle for us to get our work done and get people what they need. So we use this and the information we got from all these people that have way more education in this subject than I do to say, I like what I'm hearing. I can tell that you've looked at this a while. There's a lot of stuff. I'm not going to know everything about it, but I do know social studies is about having those discussions and learning about people and doing it better. And if what we have now is not good enough, I want it gone. I want it gone. I want it gone from 9th grade. And okay, I'm not even going to say it right because I'm ready to go to sleep after being up forever. I'm going to say I want to adopt all of it. So I'm calling the question, and to call the question means we have to vote on it. That's Robert's rules.
Okay, we have to vote on calling the question. I believe that's a majority vote. So all those that would like to call the question, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. How many? So
5 yeses.
Judy, it's a you've got to have 5 votes for that. For the call, yeah. To end debate, you have to have 5 votes.
Okay, so all those that are wanting to call the question, please raise your hand. I know people's are. So we have 1, 2, I'm not raising my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll call the question. Then all those in favor of the motion as it's on the table, raise your hand and vote.
Can you just clarify again what the motion is that's on the table?
Michelle, do you want to repeat the motion?
I move to adopt the curriculum with the addition of the committee's recommendation for 9th and 10th grade IHS.
Okay, all those in favor then, please raise your hand.
Something.
1, 2, 3. Okay, we have Laurel, Maya, Kirthi, Michelle, and Gordon voting yes. All those opposed, same sign. We have Judy and Alicia voting no, so the motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks.
We have one last item for action at a future meeting, and that is the consider revisions to board policy JHCD, JHCDA, and that's Christine.
Hi there. Oh, people have their hands up.
Maya?
I just wanted to clarify that motion, the implication is that there is permission for materials to be purchased. So I just want to say that out loud so there's no confusion there.
Christine?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so the policy revision before you relates to the medications administration policy. And essentially under state law, school personnel who are trained and designated to administer Narcan, which is an sorry, I mean, I'm also tired and maybe getting this wrong, but it is designed to reverse an overdose of an opioid. And if the board authorizes school personnel to do this via a policy, then it can be done. A few years ago when the law changed, we staff considered this in consultation with health services, and for whatever reason, it wasn't moved forward at that time, but it's become an identified need now. And so really that's the primary reason for the requested revision of this policy. That's all I have.
Gordon.
I have only the tiniest of comments, which is I got confused at the beginning because in the version that we got, the title says mediations in someplace else. And I was so grateful that you corrected the typo that I had. So I just wanted to
No,
flag that.
it was mediations in the board packet. Thank you. I was going to bring that up too. Should be saying medication. Or questions about this policy? Okay, I guess
If
we'll
there are comments or clarifications before the next time this is presented, it's great to have those for the drafter in advance. So,
Laurel.
Do we have, we will have kids in buildings this summer, correct? So would it be advisable for us to approve this now? Because as I know in the work that I do, this is absolutely a necessity that saves lives.
That is
for people to show up is terrifying.
It's such a thoughtful question, but I absolutely have to advise you to follow the process. If the process is a first and a second read, and I think anytime if you have a special meeting to take any action, it can easily be done at the next meeting. So I would really recommend that. We haven't given members of the public an opportunity to comment on it, not that they'd oppose. And Laurel, it isn't illegal to pass it tonight, but I think as a policy and governance body, it's the transparent and thing to do, and it follows your own board policy on policies as well. So that's the concern.
And is it possible to have a temporary to say until we can vote on it, that we give allowance to this to administrators to make this decision in life? Because I don't want law to become before somebody's life, because this is a life-saving medication.
In that case, I mean, if you believe that this is an emergency circumstance, then I would, your best option is to pass the policy. It's not a good option to leave it to administrators, because they have to have the policy. And in addition, even once we have the policy, we have to have trained and designated personnel. So it's not like this goes into effect instantaneously anyway. As a practical matter, it goes into effect, but it can't be implemented like overnight, so
a lot of people have had this training though in our area, and we do know young people are dying from taking opioids. And so I moved to pass this policy tonight, and I still want to if people want to have discussion on it, that's fine, we can revisit it, but in the interest of this is life-saving medication, and we have had young people die within the last week from fentanyl. I think it's not in our school district. I'll make sure to say that out loud, not here, but in Eugene, Oregon. And I think it's important to say to that we make sure that we're saying we want this to be allowed to be administered. It's a short training. I've had it. A lot of people are already trained in it. So I think it's important that we say it's okay. We take any handcuffs off people to can you imagine having a staff member trained in this and not being allowed to use it? That would be horrific. We need to say yes.
So you move that. Is there a second? Okay, Laurel's moved and Michelle seconded. Any discussion? I do have a question. In terms of the training, is that something we as a district need to provide, or how would someone prove that could someone that has been trained elsewhere show credentials? Or maybe you don't even know the answer to that.
No, this is authorizing district staff who are trained and designated by administration as well. So again, there's going to be a little bit of a process with health services. A lot of time, I don't know how health services will do it. Sometimes they do the training directly, nurses do, and sometimes we may look for and there may be a module that is provided. So that is just something that I don't know. Again, this was brought forward for a first read, so don't have the implementation details.
Maya.
I appreciate the call to do this right away. It is a life-saving measure, and we have folks who are given really minimal training in caring for kids with diabetes, who are then put right into the thick of being their designated person, for example. So I have confidence that this is something that we will be able to get the training done, and that it's like an EpiPen. It's like insulin. It's a life-saving measure. We can't not have this in place, and I appreciate moving this forward right away. So I fully support, despite the potential for pushback. I don't anticipate it, and I fully support moving quickly with this. I don't want to be responsible for not providing life-saving measures.
Any other comments? Okay, then let's call the vote. All those in favor of passing policy, missing the number, on the medication administration, amending the policy. JHCD/JHCDA. Raise your hand. Looks like the motion passes unanimously with 7 votes. Okay. Thank you, Christine. So the last thing on the agenda are items for future meetings. And I have a list that we don't have to repeat. We have Christine looking at wording, looking at the wording for possibly amending the KGBB. Then we'll be talking about a work group around that and defining the scope of that. And we're going to be looking at the policy EEAE around volunteers and parents transporting students, and amending it to include the no firearm policy. We have the Camas questions that we want to get answers from Kyle and Brian, and information about timeline and plans to Michelle and Laurel. Excuse me. Those are the things I have on the list. Anything else? Laurel.
I want to add for an item for action at this point, removing people from meetings who disrupt meetings, board meetings.
So would that be, you're requesting a policy on that?
Yes, there is a policy on that. We just don't do it.
Oh, do you know what the number is, or can you let us know?
I read it in Mary Bell's report. So I don't have the number in front of me, but it exists, and it's up to the board director can remove anybody who disrupts the meeting.
Okay, well, we need to pull that, look at it then. Okay. Policy on removing disruptive people. Okay. Anything else? Maya?
We need to come back to the question of when and how we will resume in-person meetings. So that goes hand in hand with Laurel's.
I'm sorry, I was coughing my lungs out. Can you just repeat that, Maya? I missed that. What you just
We need to revisit the plan for resuming in-person meetings and what is the progress that we've made on the things we outlined to make that happen and what still needs to happen.
And it might be a good idea for the board to review the policy on curriculum adoption, since it, I would suggest that we look at that. That was passed in 2018.
I'm in
Okay,
favor of that.
You're adding that to the meeting?
I'm adding that for a future agenda item, yes.
To revise the policy?
Well,
So
we should
review
review
it.
it and see if people want to, because I think that we didn't, we voted to not follow it, so we should find out what we are doing. Gordon.
Anticipating this might be our last public meeting, I just wanted to say thanks, Judy, for what was probably an exhausting and at times thankless burden to take on, but I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. On that note, I'm going to adjourn the meeting, board meeting at 11:42.